I am showing it 9 o'clock, 5 o'clock. You're saying that I call the meeting to order. So this meeting of the Committee for Family Forestlands is hereby called to order. The first item is the review of the agenda. Any comments on that? Next is roll call. Could you do that, Heather?
Sorry, can I go back
Thanks.
for a second?
Sorry.
Jesse Ebert won't be here today, so I'll cover her date. She had
Oh, okay.
emergencies.
Yeah, her name just showed up, so. Commissioners arriving. We're ready for roll. All right. Amanda Sullivan after. Here, present, David Budney,
Present by video.
Eric Kranzush,
Present.
Gary Jensen,
Present.
Len Ahrens,
Here.
Julie Woodward, Keola Swanson, Kate McMichael. Here. Maurizio Valerio, Rich Zen,
Here.
and Winnie Gerlach. Here. Thank you. The next item is comments on the prior meeting summary. We've had 2, I believe. Does anyone have comments? All right. Thank you. And then just real quick, Maurizio did just join on video. Welcome, Maurizio. Maurizio, do you have, hello?
Good morning.
Oh, well, is that a real background?
Yeah, actually, I have more snow than this, but it's real. It's from my back window. Yes.
Very pretty. We just talked about, if you had any comments on the prior meeting summary, do you?
No, I read it. I'm so totally sorry I missed that meeting. I was in Roseburg working the foundation, and so thank you guys for holding the post and very informative. Thank you. No changes. I mean, I read it through, and I always learn so much.
All right, thank you. Next on the agenda is public comment. Are there any members of the public here? I see in the chat a message from Brian McDowell. If members of the public want to turn on their cameras and just say a word or two in introduction, that's fine, or make comments if you have them.
Yeah, good morning. Brian McDowell here. I'm actually with Business Oregon, and I put it in the chat there. I'm just popping in. The first few topics apply to a lot of my work out here in Baker Union and Wallowa counties, and I'm just trying to get kind of up to speed. So I'm just here to observe for those first few topics, and then I'm going to pop out. And I apologize for not getting a chance to forward contact anybody to let you know I was going to just stop in. So, but that's all I'm here for. It's nice to see everybody.
Thanks for joining. Share updates. I'm just going to make a comment about putting the agenda together. If people have topics they want to suggest in the week or 2 prior to the meeting, I just wanted to mention, please let Heather know. Usually, like, Heather and Mike and I have a little back and forth, and like for me, I go back and comb through the prior meeting minutes and try and remember what people have said, but it's certainly possible I'm overlooking something. I made some notes, and I think we've covered most topics that were raised. And I think we had talked about maybe at some time talking about fire protection funding, and so I have a bit that as parked as a bit of a topic that we could address at an upcoming meeting. But I wanted to basically open up to people. Like, if you have topics right now you want to mention, speak up, or if things occur to you over the next, till our next meeting, you can let Heather, Mike, and I know. Okay. Oh, and the other thing was I wanted to mention, especially because this came up at the ad hoc conservation collaborative ODF meeting a week or so ago, just talking about, you know, committees in general and their utility, making sure we use everyone's time and expertise efficiently, and the balance of briefing and our proactive raising topics. So I just wanted to say that the more this committee can, you know, be proactive and come up with things and take advantage of the briefings of the department. And also, I'm sure we'll hear back from the department occasionally about what they think is the most efficient way to have a meeting and not, you know, having to spend too much time briefing on the same topics to people. So those are the thoughts on my mind. Anyone have other thoughts they want to say in response? Okay, we'll move on then to Mike for the, oh, sorry.
On that, this is Amanda for those online. Do we have anything about that in our charter, or do we need to be working on updating our charter?
About
where it
the
is.
balance of proactive raising topics,
Just
or
kind of identifying the purpose and goals of the committee. I mean, some of that's lined out in statute, but
yes.
just, I don't know, it might be a good rebriefing. I'm in like major charter mode right now. And a bunch of other charters for commissions and stuff,
Yeah.
so, and we, you know, did a really good one for the AMPC, and
Yeah.
so. Anyways, I can't remember where ours is located, if we have it online.
I think we did put it
It is online.
Yeah,
My memory of it is that like the statute says who's on the committee and what our role is, and basically says that we are to advise the state forester, I think, and the department and provide input. And then it has some administrative things, so it could be, I mean, this charter, I think, comes pretty much straight out of the statute.
yeah, cause if there are other like procedural things or identifying. I don't know, just.
I think it
Just
was
something
last
to put out there.
amended to say that if we were taking an official position on something or doing an official, like, you know, white paper, which I'm assuming be only 1 or 2 pages, the procedures for doing that and the fact that minority opinions would be included. And I think that revision was done like maybe 4 years ago or something like that, but we haven't looked at it since, so that if people are interested, we could.
Yeah, just we've got, you know, newer people that probably weren't
Yeah.
part of that revision process, so I don't know, just. Recognizing kind of the thought of, well, why are we here, you know, what are we doing, what are our procedures, roles, responsibilities, it might be good just to.
Yeah.
Look at it again, but that's, you know.
Any thoughts?
For you to decide.
Virtually? Oh, or right here.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it, and one of the items in there is evaluating the effects that changes in forest policies have on family forest owners. And so that could be a great topic for identifying what tools are being used to do that.
Yeah, so we'll put that on our pending agenda topics. So thanks, Amanda.
this is Dave Bugney. I just have one quick thing to piggyback on what Rick just put out, is that you know, being kind of new to this committee, I don't know if there's something that exists or not, but for our Clackamas County Farm Forestry Association, other small woodland owner associations, what would be helpful, I think, to help to advertise the benefit and the importance of this committee is there a short little descriptor, you know, like a paragraph or even an article that was written previously that we could incorporate in our newsletter? You know, that goes out to all the CCFFA members countywide, and we could do that for the other small woodland owners associations as well. Just, I bet a lot of folks don't even know this committee even exists, and so that might be helpful.
Okay.
Actually, I'm happy to share some of that stuff that we've done in our quarterly newsletter that goes out to 4 of our chapters, Dave. I mean, and some of it, we can copy it from the page, but I've like started adding that to every newsletter that goes out, is links to it, who's on the committee, so that they know that those are people they can touch base with, and then links back to the committee itself and to our page, and then how to sign up in order to know that you're getting notices of meetings coming up, which always includes the agendas. So I think that's actually a great idea, though, to really use the fact that this committee exists to share information with I mean, it's fruitful both directions, I think. Us hearing from small woodland owners, but also small woodland owners hearing from us.
So did you say you'd be able to send me that information?
Yeah, I can send you how I've done it. It hasn't been super fabulous, but I can at least share that with you.
The beginning of our annual report had some language too, just based on the charter, but you know, a little more. It's plain English about what the committee does if you're looking for an existing summary to tweak for use.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Dave, if you need something quick for your meeting, we do have a CFF webpage. You can actually send people to that. I don't know if that'll help or not, so.
Our next
Okay.
newsletter, the articles don't come out till aren't due till February, so that gives me time to write something. Thank you.
Glenn?
Yeah, I guess that's just as part of the charter or the purpose. I think in times past, obviously we've been focusing on some of the issues that have come up, like around the PFO or PFA, excuse me. But you know, the committee I think was quite involved in really a hard look in cooperation with the department on assessing the seedling supply issues and seedling challenges for small woodland owners. There was also, you know, these emerging issues like forest tax issues, putting together a big conference about that. So it seems like in the time to time, this committee kind of works with the partners in the department to ramp up focus and provide outreach and education for woodland owners as well. So even more active than, you know, what we're talking about here with just kind of informational stuff in newsletters. So.
Maurizio?
Yes, marginally connected to that. We've been receiving at our foundation recently several requests for money to conduct fuel mitigation, forest prevention with fire, those kind of things. So I'm following up on those requests, and I started lining up the resources that I know. But I was wondering, is there a one pager, and every organization have those information on their website? Is there a one pager where number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 possible source of help in kids in high school that wants to be involved with that, a small town that actually groups all the main opportunities for and sources of money for fire and fuel reduction mitigation? Maybe there is that one pager somewhere, but I would love to be able to connect to the community that reach out to us, foundations, and I said, there is money out there available through ODF and RCS, blah, blah, blah. And the list is long. And when I started compiling the document myself, it became maybe too complicated. So I was wondering if there is clarity for a general public and a place where all these opportunities are consolidated.
It's funny you should ask that, Maurizio, because I had that request from somebody else. So I actually have somebody working on compiling that list for all the funding opportunities that are coming through. Yeah, so no, it's part of my update, but yeah, but eventually I'll have that list put together, or as a list anyway, put together all the funding opportunities eventually. So there are a lot, and it's very complicated right now.
Yeah, when I did it on my own, it became very, very cumbersome, and I said maybe somebody else has done this already. So thank you, I appreciate that. You please keep me posted. If you could share that, it would be very helpful, so I can follow up in real time with those that reach out to foundations asking for the same.
Thanks. So I think we will turn it over to Mike for the Forest Resources Division update.
Okay. So good. So, well, it's, I've got a short update for the Forest Resources. A couple of things I want to talk about. That was one of those. The other one is there have been some changes in the Forest Resources, and I'm glad Eric actually jogged my memory to talk about some of the changes that have happened even recently within December and the first of the year. So I kind of want to go over that a little bit. Some changes within ODF. I want to start outside our division first off. So for those of you who don't know, Ryan Gordon took a position with the Forest Service and left ODF at the beginning of November. No longer works for ODF. I don't know has been given his duties. Cal, I think, is going to determine what's going on with this position and what's happening over there. Second of all, Nick Henneman went back to his position in public affairs and freed up a deputy chief position, in which Kyle Abraham, who's the deputy state forester, has actually now moved into the second deputy chief position. So he's my counterpart on the other side of the division. And for those who got the New York chart, it shows that at the top of the organizational chart. State Forest, as far as I know, has not had any changes to personnel. Protection has, because with the vacating of Kyle from his position, Mike Shaw, who's the division chief for the protection division, is now in the, I think we're still calling it deputy state forester, although I'm not sure. Cal may be changing that title again here pretty soon. And then they haven't backfilled behind Mike, the protection division yet, as far as I know. There are some changes still coming. I keep pointing across the street. You guys can't tell where I'm pointing. With Cal has some changes. He still wants to instigate, or I shouldn't say not instigate. There's still some changes coming on that side. He has not made that available yet on what those changes are. So still to come on that side of ODF. As far as the Forest Resources Division, there have been some people moving around in the organizational chart, but the positions themselves are pretty much solidified now as to where they're going to be. So for those who have it in front of them, you can see it. There are still several vacancies that we're working on, but the positions that we have in here are the ones that we'll be keeping, at least for this biennium, through the end of 2025. We have funding, or we have them budgeted through the end of 2025, I should say. So to just give me an idea of what these are, we'll start at the top. So Josh Bernard still is the division chief. We do have Nicole Stapp, who's she's our policy advisor. So she works with lost his name over there.
Can the virtual people hear okay, or is this coming through loud and clear? Okay, good.
Okay. Yeah, so she works with our other policy advisor in Cal's office to kind of see what's coming at the division. So they work together with all the policy issues. So anything that starts coming up with the changes from the Private Forest Accord that have affected the Forest Practices Act, if there's issues that come up there, she'll be at a policy level to kind of work through some of that. So that's who Nicole is. Jason Miner has come in as a consultant advisor to Josh to kind of help us through a few of the last remaining pieces of he's actually working with the Habitat Conservation Plan, trying to get that through the end. Of course, Heather's here with me as my admin staff, and then we have a few others, Emily and so on. The other units within the division are going to stay where they are, what they are. So we have small forest landowner off the left-hand side, Lori Bell. Her side of the division handles two separate things. One is the incentive programs, so the ones that Maurizio was mentioning. A lot of the incentive programs for small woodland owners are in her position. The other one she has is the urban community forestry, which had been reporting to Josh, and is now moved underneath her unit. That actually would be an interesting one to have them come and talk to the CFF committee, because I think urban community forestry is starting to blend into small woodland owner properties. I mean, it's becoming a bigger program. I guess it's not just a downtown Portland program. It's actually expanding out to small other communities. It'd be interesting to see what kind of ties they have to small woodland owners, just as a thought there. And then, of course, the incentives coordinator, incentives positions, those are like your CREPS, your stewardship funding. NRCS is also underneath Lori's unit. And another one that you can see in there is Legacy, Forest Legacy Program. It's used to keep Forestland. And if we ever want an update on that, I think Legacy actually did come and present to the committee, but if you'd like to know more about that, we can have come in and talk about that as well.
And Christina is new.
And Christina, yes, Christina took over the program because Amy Singh actually took everybody at the Forest Service took the Forest Service, but she's their legacy coordinator, so she actually is helping Christina through the transition to that position. So we actually have, what's interesting, we have both we have we have help there within the legacy program. We also have help in the Sudden Oak Death program. Because Sarah Navarro had actually took a position in Forest Service working with Gabriella with the sod program. So we have actually really good connections with the Forest Service on these programs.
Cause wasn't Astria in that for a little bit?
Esther was filling in until we got it
Yeah.
hired. So,
Okay.
yeah. So yeah.
Trying to
Yep.
keep it all straight in my mind.
Tracking right. Yeah, it's pretty strong. Left the agency.
She left.
And yeah, took that position elsewhere. So.
Okay,
But Astria, for those who remember, she's the one, I think somebody mentioned Seedling, she actually helped with that quite a bit, got the program, she actually got quite a ways, there's a program sitting there. We just need to reactivate it if needed, so.
did that take some legislative kind of funding, like helping with a pop or something? Is that what that would take?
It would take, and I think, I'll have to go check with Nicole, I've been talking to Nicole about that.
Yeah.
And I told her what I think it needs to keep it going. Because we have the FIPS account that's sitting there, and I think the FIPS account would be a key player in that, in keeping that program going. And I don't know if it would be entirely one position, and maybe part of a position. Waiting for Lori to kind of get the rest of her folks hired here and see what kind of capacity we have in Lori's incentives position, and see if maybe one of those positions can take on just seedling piece of it. So just to make sure she gets those folks in place right now. It's one of the evaluations I have to do as far as workloads. But what Amanda's referring to is Astria did put together a seed and mortar program that is still sitting out there. It's just deactivated for now. So if you go on ODIA's website, it'll tell you the error because we don't want people ordering seedlings right now on that particular website. But I think what it will take, just if you want my evaluation is, I think it'll take one of these two positions and then a bit of funding put in nursery accounts. And I think, Amanda, what might be is when I went back and looked at what we spent on seedlings last time with the fires and everything, it's about $250,000 per year. So if we can get that account up to 500,000, we just have to top it off every biennium. I think that would be the funding source for that particular program, kind of run the same way Astria did.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, we can talk about that.
Yeah, something for us to keep on the radar, but.
Yeah. And then moving on, so Jesse Ebert is in charge of the new programs that have come through with the private force support. So SFISH is one of those. I see Chuck's hands on here if there's any questions. It's all good. The tax credit is the other one within her division or within her unit. And then all the GIS help that has come with private force support is also within Jesse's unit. So a lot of the GIS work will be abandoned road tracking, be the stream work that's coming with private force support, which they're very busy trying to get those all put together right now. Not the tax piece, but the stream piece, well, the abandoned roads as well. So, and then I'll give an update on Jesse's unit here in a minute, but I want to get through the rest of this chart. Another one is Amanda Trudeau actually took Jeff Burns' position. Jeff is on a leave of absence from the agency, and he's working with the Western State Forestries. I think I got that right. Western State.
He's with the National Association of State
Thanks.
Foresters.
And he's
I saw that at Christmas party,
yeah.
so.
And what he's doing is he's working with the state. Thanks, that's why I have a mandate.
Yeah.
But he's working with the states across the nation on the BIL and IRA funding that's coming in through the Forest Service and from Congress and everything. And it's kind of nice to have somebody on the inside, so to speak, because he's actually helping us understand what the fundings are and when they're coming, and kind of an idea. It gives us an idea of when they're showing up so we can actually be prepared for it as an agency. So he'll be in that role until the end of this year. And he's scheduled to come back January 1st because the funding for what he's doing runs out at the end of this year. Until then, I have Jenna in there who's actually done a lot of this work. She's filled in for Jeff before, so I think she'll be fine in that position. Jenna's position is the federal support. So all the federal funding that's coming through the agency is going through Jenna's unit and getting it funded, getting it funneled through to where it needs to be. Some of the folks she has in there, Al, Joe, Mary, have been doing this, Steve Strong, they've been doing this work for 10, 15 years. They know how to make this work. It's a very high functioning unit within the agency. Kazera Nichols is the seed orchard manager, the position I vacated 2.5 years ago. Moving, actually, several folks probably have been out there. Interesting place for a tour, I guess, sometime, because the type of seed orchard with this group is every harvest that's done at the seed orchard, seed bank can purchase up to 6% of every harvest out of the seed orchard, put it in seed bank and make it available. Small of them is a type of it. Of course, we have our federal forest restoration program with Kyle Sullivan Astor. Again, that would be kind of interesting to see how that one would tie to kind of more rural, small living numbers. Because we do have this 20-year strategy that's been put in place as well. It'd be kind of interesting to see how all that fits. Scott Swearingen, sitting here, will be giving an update on the private force, what's going on with the Forest Practices Act recently here. So Scott's basically pretty much field support for our stewardship foresters out in the field, and also with the owners if they need help as well. Helping interpret the changes to the Forest Practices Act. I think that's it. Just pretty much gets. Megan Cogswell is a new manager who we hired about 6 months ago or so, and she's in charge of the new adaptive management committee, which was formed with the private forest support. Civil penalties has always been there. We just kind of pulled it out from underneath there, just kind of showed as kind of a separate unit there. And then the new training unit was one we didn't have prior to the private force support. Training unit has been very busy since the private force support has been going, and several of you have probably interacted with them. The final unit we have in there is what we call our forest health and monitoring, with Adam Coble as the manager. It's separated into two pieces: forest health and monitoring. Forest health is the one that's been around. Those positions have been there forever. So that's our basic species specialist or pathologist or entomologist, aerial survey, and then some of the technicians that help get that work done. So our sudden oak death program is one of those that's underneath that unit. And then monitoring is a semi-new unit. There were folks there before. I think we actually only had 1 or 2 people before. We expanded it out because of the requirements for the PA under the private forest support for doing additional monitoring of the Forest Practices Act changes to it. Other than that, there's a few other positions up top there, like Joe touched on with the Ferns program. He's the one that runs the Ferns program to go on, and Brian Barfield helps manage some of those programs. Then Alex is our division financial officer, I guess you can. As a quick tour of the resources division.
Thank you. Any questions or comments?
You mentioned a number of people who've left the agency. Are those folks, there's probably a whole variety of answers here, but those folks that left for career advancement, is that chasing compensation? What's the kind of bottom line behind why a lot of these people are stepping away from their roles in the agency?
Yeah, so the ones that went to the Forest Service are I guess I can talk about it. It is exactly that. I mean, when you're an NRS 4, and it's like the pathologist position, we don't really have any tracked beyond that in ODF unless you want to be a manager or go to a different like go to a protection program or something. So yes, a lot of those people like that kind of had a ceiling there. You have to make a choice, either go management route or find something else. Luckily though, they did go to the Forest Service and they stayed local. We actually still have access to them, someone to help us with programs. Yeah, but those are the two. I did talk to Astrid. She did want to stick around and work, but I think she moved to Colorado or something like that. And we're not allowed to hire or work outside the state. I guess at least it's a very rare occurrence. So we can't have employees working outside the state, and it has to do with a lot with workman's comp, if you believe it or not, because we have to make sure that they match between the two states. So it's a bit out of our hands. But other than that, I think they like when I talked to both of those that left Free Foresters, they love their job. It's just there's just no advancements.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mike, there's a number of vacancies and is the expectation is funds are available to fill those positions?
Funds are available, yeah. And I think actually a couple of these may be. I'll have to look pretty quick. We're working through getting some, so I think a couple of these actually are filled now. Some of the seasonal FMTs may stay open. Those are on an as needed basis funding. But some of these, like the urban community forestry, he actually has the funding sitting there. It's getting, since it's a new position, it has to actually go through the Department of Administrative Services. They have to kind of put their spin on it. And it comes back and there's a bit of back and forth. Sometimes takes a little longer than usual. But yeah, Scott Altenhoff has some funding he needs to get in place. Will be fairly quick here. So yeah. Trying to get through as fast as we can.
Dave?
I just had two questions, one general and a little bit one more detailed. The first question is generally when you look at the org chart, printed it out, great, by the way. The categories on the left pertaining to small woodland owners, how does that interface with the stewardship foresters? So, you know, our first line of contact is our stewardship forester, in our case, Mike Thompson. So to give you an example, if I file a NOAP, you know, and want to do some work you know, with all the things coming down the road with the PFA, I assume that we still deal directly with the stewardship forester, or do we somehow have to interface with some of these new folks? You know, so how is the small woodland owner supposed to know what pathway to take? What's the best way that minimizes, you know, your time as well as the small woodland owner's time? So that's my first question.
Yeah. So the best way to do it, Dave, is just kind of go to the local ODF office. Each ODF office, if you can believe it, is different in how they're administering this. Some of them have a specific person, I believe, with North Cascade District, there's a specific person as an SFO forester. Other districts just kind of split the duties across it, like in Eastern Oregon, you'll burn somebody out trying to do SFO across the entire Eastern Oregon. So I think they split it within the stewardship foresters, although they still have one individual that's the expert, if you will, on small forest landowner over across the state. So to answer your question, go to your local ODF office and they'll be able to sort it out for you.
Okay, good. And then the second question, this is just a little bit more detailed, is that when I look at the headings of the two columns there pertaining to small forest landowners, the first one is small forest landowner assistance and incentives. The other one is small forest landowner support and tracking. I'm just wondering if there's a subtle difference in definition between assistance and support, or what's intended there. It seems to me assistance and support are almost synonymous. So I'm just wondering what if there's something deeper there that I'm missing.
I don't think so. I don't know. I'll have to get back to you, Dave. I don't know. That's a good catch.
Thanks. That's it. Thank you.
I have a quick question.
Yeah, go.
It's Amanda for those on the screen. So it looks like Mark Desjardins moved over under Lisa or under Lori. I don't know if he was there before.
He wasn't.
Okay.
Good catch.
So for the small forest land grant program under the landscape resiliency program with Jen. So is that, it's kind of an interesting mismatch because he's going to continue to work with Jenna, I would assume, but he's under Lori, or is that changing? Or
yeah,
he's great. I mean, he's fantastic for those that work with him or with that program. You know, when we got that.
Yeah. So the important thing to keep in mind is look where the program is on the org chart. So Jenna was in charge of the landscape resiliency and small forest landowner grant program, which I think some people took advantage of last year. Since Jenna's moved over, Lori she has a developmental with
Is it David?
David Schwab, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Who's actually had quite a bit of experience doing grants and agreements. So he should be a good fit in the landscape resiliency and small forest landowner grant piece. There. And then Mark Desjardins actually we have two incentive coordinators. We have Nate Aglesoff and Mark. Nate is taking the Northwest Oregon area, and Mark is pretty much Eastern Oregon and Southern Oregon. So if
Oh,
there's
okay.
any questions on that, so you can get a hold of one or two of them, or just get, you know, you can try to touch with one of them. They'll actually
Okay,
let you know who it is.
okay.
Yeah.
No, it's interesting. I have other questions, but not necessarily pertaining to this specific committee in this, committees.
Yeah, these incentive field coordinators are kind of a broad position, so they're working with incentives, but they're also, you know, the NRCS program that we have going on.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be a very broad position for this one.
Yeah, well, and it's interesting because Forest Legacy is primarily federally funded, but it's not under the federal grant support.
Right.
Anyways, but it's always sort of been over on that side of the org chart, so, yeah.
Yeah, we have to balance it out. But
Yeah.
it's subject to change too, as programs change. So.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
For the update.
thanks, Mike. And then we have the small forest landowner office update, Jesse.
So Jesse was not able to.
Oh,
make it.
right, yeah.
But I do know, I saw Josh is on there, so if any fish questions come up, Josh can help answer with some of those. So she gave me a few things she wanted everyone to be aware of with the SFO. They're working toward finalizing the interagency agreement with the Department of Revenue as to encompass the forest conservation tax credit information as well as the agreement with the Department of Revenue. So for those who are tracking with the Decided Forest Accord, we are working much closer with the Department of Revenue than we have in the past with the tax credit. And in order to do that, we have to put an MOU together so that we can actually line out who does what within that. And we have to be careful, ODF have to be careful about information that's collected from smallholder owners or asking stuff from the Department of Revenue. The Department of Revenue needs to let us know what we can and can't do, specifically around funding sources of tax credits. So that's what this MOU is going to line out, what we can and can't ask for, what we can and can't do. So it's an important document we have to keep put in place. It should be, well, tax credit started as of January 1st, so it should be put in place here fairly soon. For those who are tracking, we had a bit of some issues with the RCA, the road condition assessment, and we were moving forward with implementing a 180-day grace period with the submission of a road condition assessment. So when a small forest landowner submits a notification at the top of the road condition assessment, they can check a box and say, I need a 180-day grace period to get through that to put together my road condition assessment. And as always, if help is needed, the small forest landowner, foresters, and the stewards and foresters are there to help fill out that form. I just want to let everybody know it's there. They're expanding their SFO programs and incentives by adding additional training opportunities for the foresters across the state. They have 2 practical training sessions on the SFIsh field assessment protocols. I don't know if Josh wants to talk about that. And then the first session will be later this month in Roseburg, and the second session will be in Pendleton in February. That's again for the ODF foresters to kind of help them understand how to go through the process of those who request the SFIsh program. So,
So more on that, so that's more on the internal processing versus how to get to that point for like a consulting forester or something.
Yeah, and I believe they're working on they're working on external trainings for that as well. But I'll have to double check. Let's see, they recently added SFO web pages for information on RCAs and other topics. They are continually updating the SFO web page. To get to it, just go into the ODF website, and I believe it's bottom right corner. It's right there on the bottom right corner of the ODF website. So any updated information is there on the website. They have finalized the emergency exception process form. So it does just explain emergency exception is for those small forest landowners that need to remain a small forest landowner but have an emergency, and they need to either cut more than 2 million board feet, or they have some need for harvesting above the $2 million limitation, they actually have the process request form put in place for those who need it. So it should be on the web. And then the Ferns upgrade has been live for over a month, but no major problems for the SFOs.
Yay.
We identified two fairly minor things that were not functioning quite as expected. The fix for those should be implemented this week. We've received actually 15 SFISH applications to date, and all are in various stages of the administrative review process. I think that's going to be a very popular program. May have to get a hold of.
I'm curious, what kind of applicants do you have?
I don't know. She didn't tell me, but
Oh, right, okay.
yeah, but unless Josh knows, was willing to share that, Josh.
Sure. Are you like in terms of the types of projects or where they're located, or I guess maybe a little bit more specific question would maybe help me answer that question?
Any information? I'm just curious, what kinds of projects, what kind of landowners are taking advantage of it?
Sure. Well, in terms of the landowners, they're small forest landowners because they're the only ones that are eligible. But I mean, in terms of like their management of their forest lands, it varies between say working forests and maybe folks who, while they do active management, it's just more along kind of a conservation oriented approach versus just versus the timber production type of management. So we do have a variety there, kind of in terms of from a spatial perspective. Most are located in Western Oregon, but we had a couple out in Eastern and Central Oregon. In terms of Western Oregon, I think we stretch as far south as, I don't think I've had anything south of Coquille watershed on the coast. And then I guess maybe the one site in the Umpqua may technically be a little bit further south than the site in the Coquille. And then we have some projects up as far north that are tributaries to the Columbia. And then I was just out at a site in the Miami watershed yesterday. And then in terms of kind of the project types, they're predominantly water crossings, culverts. We've had a few fords that have applied, but just kind of a quick review. The fords that are the Ford projects, most of them are not looking like they'll be probably eligible projects because there's not really a issue with, say, compliance of the rules or fish passage. And then, but yeah, some really, really cool projects so far. The few that I've actually been on site to, a landowner that has multiple culverts or water crossings on their within their ownership, and so they're projects that could address multiple barriers in one kind of one fell swoop, as well as there's multiple species in the sites, the two projects I visited, and yeah, the one I went to just yesterday has actually a complete fish passage barrier. So it's just some real cool stuff that's coming in so far. Really excited to start to move those through the process and, hopefully get some grant agreements in place sometime here in the next couple months, 6 months. We'll see how that kind of next stage goes. But yeah, just some cool stuff coming in so far. So hopefully that's a good update.
Yeah, that's great to hear. Dave?
This question might be for Josh. We had our CCFFA board meeting last night, and a question came up regarding whether SFISH is intended to be more of a reimbursement type program or an upfront, pay ahead of time program. And Josh, I think last time you and I talked, just because of the process that ODF has to go through, and probably more of a reimbursement program. But I just want to see if that's still true or if that's changed.
Yeah, great question, Dave. And I've made some good progress there. And advancce payment will be an option for landowners who want to participate in the program. So, as we all know, often small forest landowners, or probably just all of us in general, are often, land rich, but maybe cash poor. So having that advanced payment option, I think is, I'm super excited about that. And I still do have a few, things to, T's the cross and I's the dot, but yeah, that should be something that's available to landowners for who want to participate.
Thank you. Good.
Oh, Rick.
Hey, Josh, can you give us a snapshot, Rick said here, a snapshot on kind of what the ask is, what the average ask for the projects are?
In terms of like the what
Dollar.
costs will be, or like what the landowner's obligations or costs may be, Rick, with or both?
Or both, just because the funds are limited and we want to get them out as far as we can. So I'm wondering, you know, what's sort of like the average cost of one of these projects?
Yeah, Rick, that's a great question. Still something that I'm struggling a little bit with to get kind of some data that I can be confident when I answer that question. As I've mentioned to a lot of folks, I have this biased idea of what costs are because I came from, you know, working around ODOT projects, which, you know, an inexpensive ODOT project is $10 million. And so, you know, kind of my guess is, you know, if we're doing, say, a culvert in a small fish stream, you know, that's something that should cost, you know, less than $100,000. But once we get into those medium or large streams where we're having to go to some sort of open bottom structure, whether that's a culvert or a bridge, you know, we're probably, you know, on average $200,000, somewhere in that range. That's my best guess at this point, Rick. And I am trying to work with state forests to kind of get some of their cost information on some of the work that they've done in recent years. And I've reached out to a few other entities to try and get some data to better answer that question. So I don't have a, you know, a confident answer. I gave you an answer, but maybe I'm not confident in those cost estimates, Rick.
Oh, thanks. It's just with 15 applications, I'm just wondering if that is using a tenth of the budget or all of the budget, or because they must be asking for something.
Well, so Rick, the way with the way we're doing this with SFish is, you know, the application at this point, this kind of first stage in the process, it's really just the landowner asking us, you know, they're applying for us to come out and take a look and ensure that the project is eligible for the program, and to allow us to collect some information that will allow us to generate some more details about that particular project. And during like the technical review and then a process, we'll start to integrate some of that and work with the landowner and generate an actual cost estimate for the project. Unless the landowner, you know, some will, we haven't seen it yet, but some may have, you know, a project that they've already started, you know, developing some information on when it comes to design concepts and cost. I haven't seen that yet, but really we're trying to not put that burden all on the landowner to come up with that information. So yeah, I don't have cost estimates as the projects are coming in through the application process. That will come later.
Thank you.
Yep.
Amanda.
Yeah, I've got two questions on SFish. So just kind of going off of Rick's line of questioning. And kind of what you just said, Josh, how are you guys gonna go about identifying the individuals for the scoring committee? Is that going to be all internal? Are you going to look for outside scorers?
Yeah, so that's already laid out in the technical guidance for SFish. And so in terms of the committee review, it's a 5-member committee. It includes a staff member from ODF, a staff member from ODF&W. It includes a representative from CFF, which is Eric. At this point, it also includes a representative from ODF&W's Fish Passage Task Force, which we haven't identified that. They haven't told me who exactly from the Fish Passage Task Force will be on the committee. And then also I think we finally got our conservation representative pinned down. It sounds like it's going to be at least the entity anyways, it's going to be someone likely from Trout Unlimited who will make up that 5th representative for that review committee.
Okay, that's helpful. And then just the second is more of a comment, not a question, but AOL is engaged right now with Department of Forestry, the state land side, to do a comprehensive survey on project costs for state lands. And so looking at equipment costs, per hour costs, per station costs, you know, all of those types of things. And so we are probably looking at getting survey data hopefully by the end of March. So I don't know that that's going to line up with the SFISH program and this, when you're going to be pulling the scoring committee together, all the details there for your timeline, but just to give you a heads up that ODF should have hopefully better numbers on cost estimates for project work type projects, kind of those service projects, road work, culvert stuff, bridge building. So on the cost side, ODF has pretty good information on the state land side that you can probably connect with if you aren't already, but there's a recognition that, that needs to be updated. So just to give you a heads up, Josh, that's something that AOL is engaged with ODF on.
Thanks. And yeah, no, I'm in the process of, like say, reaching back out to State Forest and getting some of that information that they do already have. But yeah, excited to hear that you're working with State Forest to develop some of that stuff, because it will be super useful for SFISH, to help generate these cost estimates, and actually we'll save the program some money in the end too. So that's good to hear.
And that's with Morgan Kawakami that I'm working with. So
Dave?
Just a quick follow-up to what Josh is talking about. If it's of any interest, I just completed a project on Weyerhaeuser property up here last year for a 17-foot wide stream simulated culvert to replace a complete barrier to fish passage. It was a medium SSBT stream, and it was just shy of $300,000. So they are pretty significant costs. But one suggestion, Josh, if you're looking to build a database, the basin councils have a pretty significant database of fish passage projects that you could augment whatever you're coming from or whatever you're acquiring, just as a sounding board or a basis to make sure that you're getting some good data.
Thanks, Dave. No, that's a great recommendation. I hadn't thought about reaching out to them. I'd been looking kind of internally and across sister agencies. So yeah, that's a great suggestion, and I will definitely follow up on that.
Josh, this is Wendy. I have a question. Again, I'm just really interested in where these projects are coming from. And my memory is, I may be wrong, from the technical guidance that some identification of projects might be through ODF and some might be just individual landowners coming forward. So I'm curious, the projects that exist, how did they get to ODF?
Sure, and I don't have my little database in front of me because that is one of the information requests on the application is, hey, how did you learn about the program? So I don't have that in front of me, but I do know that, some of it has been through, ODF foresters, either engaging with the landowner or just, doing some sort of outreach at the local level where folks have learned about it. Folks have heard it through the various news outlets that have covered it, whether it was OPB or our news release or some of the other folks that who have picked it up. Consulting foresters have also been spreading the word, as well as watershed councils and SWCDs. So the word is spreading through a variety of mechanisms and sources, and so that's good. And some landowners just they read it in the newspaper and then they just apply, and that works. And then that, we kind of take that next step in engagement and to help them understand and then, like say, kind of vet whether or not it's an eligible project and so forth. But yes, just a variety of sources in terms of how they're learning about it and kind of the avenue that they're kind of, I guess, going through to apply for the program too.
Eric?
Hey, Josh, Eric, I wanted to kind of build on Wendy's question there and ask, are you seeing a lot of these applications as what I'd call a one-off project where it's a small woodland owner application for one culvert or one barrier being replaced? Or are you seeing these as part of system-wide group projects where this SFISH contribution would help an entire system? And then I'd follow up with that and say, are you seeing also opportunities where people have applied where dollars are being leveraged as either matches or other types of grants coming into play if they're able to do this greater work?
Yeah, so on kind of that system wide, we're not seeing that yet. And that's why I kind of highlighted those two projects where, hey, we have multiple barriers on a single ownership, which is super exciting that we can, do. Well, that's still not system wide. It's just, it's at least broader than just a single pipe so we haven't seen that kind of coordinated effort yet. I think that will come with time, especially as watershed councils maybe get more tied in somehow, and also just spread the word to the landowners. And I actually, in a conversation yesterday I had out in the field with our foresters, we were at a site, and like I say, it had those multiple barriers. And then the landowner let us know that there's another barrier on the adjoining landowner downstream. And so, we're going to engage with that landowner as well. So we can start to build kind of some of those more system-wide approaches, Eric. I will continue to try and look at the data that's available and reach out to other agencies and or entities that, may have, say a county or state that may have something downstream or even upstream, and try to start to build kind of those system-wide approaches, and, just to, add value to what we're doing through SFish. And then in terms of the ones that are leveraging, I am aware of one. I'm not sure if they're going to necessarily leverage with SFish funds, but I do know of a project that was applied that's down. It's one of the ones down I believe it's in the Coquille, but it looks like they're doing some. There's a tide gate that may be potentially associated with this landowner's overall project that they're working on that's downstream of these culverts, and they're doing some some flood or tidal restoration type work in associated with that tide gate. So that one was really an exciting one to see. Haven't learned a lot about it yet, Eric, and at least enough to really give you a good summary of it. But yes, we are seeing a little bit of that, but not much. And just hopeful that we can start to build some stuff like that, because that just adds value and just makes it that much more exciting in terms of that benefit that will, that just kind of the added value with the SFish dollars. So hope that helps, Eric.
Yep, thank you.
Dave?
Just a quick one here for Josh. Is there, but with all this activity going on, is there a move afoot to update and keep in real time the changes to the ODFW fish passage barrier maps, or are they available on DSL also to show, so that those of us that are involved in stream restoration can see where barriers exist and where they no longer exist, so that you can help prioritize, like you just mentioned as an example. It's great that you're doing something upstream, but then if there's some blockage downstream, it'd be nice to focus on those things. But if you don't know that, then you really can't take advantage of that information. So is that something that's going to be done as part of the SFish program, to keep an updated inventory database?
Great question, Dave. And the answer is yes. And I actually had a meeting maybe it was last week, but with ODF and W. And definitely something we're trying to, figure out how we can help them improve that barrier database that they have, and, what sort of, frequency that updating can occur. There's, even some discussions about just the standards associated with that, and trying to make sure that, figure out if they need to be changed, improved. It's been a long time since they visited the standards associated with that. And also just some discussions about, hey, we're assessing barriers a little bit different than ODFW does. We're a little bit different than, say, ODOT does, and just kind of making sure that information is kind of captured. So as it doesn't really change those are just, I'm getting in the weeds, right? That we don't need to, but just wanted to let you know about that. But yes, we are definitely trying to coordinate and work with them to ensure we get information fed into that database, so other folks can use that to help identify projects that they may take may prioritize and try and get funding for.
Sounds like we might need an update later on the SFish program after meeting. So
Yeah.
thanks, Josh.
Thank you.
I just have one more thing to the update from Jesse. Our foresters are equipped with an application, GIS application on their phones. So if landowners need to fill out an RCA or an SFish application, they can actually get a hold of their stewardship reports. They can actually walk the road with it, actually put it on their phone and update it and create an RCA form. So that's one thing internally. It's an internal tool, so we're not gonna let go outside the agency probably good, too, but it will help the stewards and foresters kind of get those applications. In, so I'll make sure, and then of course, all the frequency FAQs, materials and everything are all on the website. Technical assistance documents as they're completed are all on the website for folks to take a look at. So that's all you have.
Thank you. Oh, Kayla. Oh, you're clapping your hands.
Oh, I was just clapping. Sorry, I was just saying congrats on material available. It's really exciting.
Also welcome, Kayla. Nice to see you.
Thanks. Sorry to be late.
Okay, so our private forest code update, I think we covered just a little bit already, but Scott?
Yeah, so it's more on as we are moving past the private forest accord, moving forward with implementation of the Forest Practices Act rules, kind of what I'll be covering here, what we're doing as we have the new year and the new rules are effective. I'll talk a little bit about the our forest practices technical guidance, a few more of those pieces. Talked about the notification already, a little bit about the webpage and some training. So I'll just go ahead and jump in on that. Starting with the forest practices technical guidance. As the new rules were developed, a lot of them had a piece in there where it instructed ODF to develop forest practices technical guidance. That's guidance for basically, operational, how to do, how to comply with the rules, what guidelines of what to do in different cases. So we have our technical specialists who have been working on those. We have a process. The rules require us to go through a stakeholder review process for technical guidance. So we have a process right now that those are going through. The first step is utilizing the PFA author representative group that's still has still in place. So we're using them for review. Also using the Regional Forest Practices Committee for kind of a second review on these. A few of them have come through your committee, the ones that are focused more specifically on small forest landowners. So that's kind of the concept there. There'll be, kind of at the end of this, the 20 new documents that we have to develop for the FDA throughout the rules. So we've actually gone through the complete process on, I think 5 within the group I'm working on, and then the 3 pieces that you all have dealt with. The ones that kind of my group is working on, kind of the overarching, basically for most landowners, is we had a green plan waiver. It was just an update of a tech note that we had already. So we just had updated to make sure it fit with the new rules. We had one come out identifying the slope retention areas. That's mostly for larger landowners from steep slopes. So that's been out for a while. We completed the equipment limitation zone and retention equipment limitation zone guidance. So that's complete. Avoiding roads in critical location. That one's been completed. And then the small type in stream guidance and flows permanent field survey protocol. So that's a long one, but those 5 have been completed and they're posted as we finalize these. They're posted to our website under the Forest Practices Act page. And so those have been reviewed. Additionally, the 3 small forest landowner specific guidance have been reviewed through this committee. That's the road condition assessment, the SFISH, and the tax credit pieces, and they're all posted there too. Like I said, we have 20 with us I count as like we have 8, and the rest of them are in various forms, and some of them are in review right now. You know, so as we move through this, we have kind of the up next that are kind of in review as a wet weather road use document. The spill response plan, that was one that actually goes in conjunction with the replacing stream culverts and stuff like that. That'll come. But that was kind of an easy one that we were trying to get off the plate there. And then the FRIA, which is the Forest Road Inventory Assessment. That's for the non-small landowner road assessment. So those are kind of in the process. They're in the review process. Hopefully we'll get those finished up fairly soon. And then there's a slew of other ones. We have a couple that deal with stream crossings. One of the fish stream crossing, and we have one for non-fish stream crossing. Still trying to work on the 100-year peak flow calculations for stream crossings, vacating forest roads and water crossings. We have one we need to do for road drainage. So anyway, we still have quite a bit of work to do. Some of those, you know, that are just kind of in draft form, we need to get some information out to folks. So we've been developing some, what we're calling right now, just technical fact sheets that we're posting. They're like a 1 or 2 pager, or maybe a 3 pager that kind of gets us from, you know, it's kind of an interim guide before we get the technical guidance fully developed into the review process. So, you know, our staff is needing that, others are needing that to kind of do that. So we put out a couple, one regarding the steep slopes, the kind of the traversal area calculation, just some clarification on that. We didn't really have that in technical guidance. So put that fact sheet out. We have one that's out there talking about the kind of our stream update, the flow line layer. It's a frequently asked questions document. So it's out there, and we're in the process of getting our FRIA, the Forest Road Inventory Assessment, frequently asked questions out there. So kind of some precursor stuff to what's going to be in a technical guidance, but it's not yet finalized. So as we get you know, a lot of questions coming in, we'll probably be creating like these, you know, more these technical fact sheets and things like we'll get our technical guidance through the whole process. So that's kind of what I have for that piece. You know, my staff's been working with our training group to provide content and prepare training for the 2024 training schedule. That's both internal and external content that we're helping with. We did just complete the operator of the year tours and selections at the end of the year. They were presented, the recipients were presented to the Board of Forestry last week. So that's good. We're getting ready to get nominations for next year. So it's a great program. So there'll also be operator years will be presented at the AOL conference, the Marine Logging Conference, and then I think those are kind of the main other two. We're excited to have the 2024 Forest Practices Act newsprint book available. I got some copies on the back there. So those are available at the local. We distribute those to the local offices, so those can be picked up. It's also you can go to our ODF website and get a electronic version of that. So that's all done. There are some other things on our website. We got a flyer that talked about the new rules. It was sent out in November. So we need to update it. It says, you know, it's not prepare now for rule changes. These are the rule changes. So we're going to update this just for a kind of a one pager for folks that haven't seen that. We kind of moved some things around on our website to make it a little easier to find things. Our website's not really easy to find, but we made it easier to find things, hopefully. So now we have kind of the Forest Practices Act landing page. We had before we had a private forest accord page, we had a forest resources division page, we had the FPA page, we still have the small forest land owner page, but our main landing hub is, if you want to find all these documents, is on the forest practices that page. So, and then there's some links to, we still do have like a private forest accord page, but it just has more information about what private forest accord was about. So there's that, and also a good tool. Somebody asked about, who do I contact? Which foresters do I contact for that? We have a Find a Forester web app or an application on our webpage. It's a map. So you just click your area. It'll not only will it find the stewardship forester, we've also added for that location who the small forest land owner forester is. So that may help. As Mike said, it depends on the district, but you should be able to click there and we can contact one of those folks if you get you the right information. Mention a little bit about training. We conducted some training in October and November. Had some in-person classes that were like around the Forest Practice Act change for the stream roads for internal folks. We also had some training or listening sessions out for the public around the state, kind of around that time too. So we did hold a virtual class about our e-notification system, Ferns, and the changes there, both internally and externally. So if you missed that, there is a link, recorded link on our website to that too. That was recorded. And also, this is more for kind of the larger landowners, but we do have an online steep slopes training that's now available. So we did that in person. Now we have, it's a pretty good, training that was put together kind of online. It's not just a recorded live session. It's actually a training that was put together, and there's a link on our website for that too. So folks that know that.
And does that online training satiate, like, do you get a certificate from that? Because it.
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
I think there's a certificate for that. It's through our Workday system. Okay. So our internal kind of training system. So you create an account through there and link through there, and then it's just like the stuff that we take. And in most cases there is a certificate that can be printed out, and then they'll track you on the stage.
Okay.
That, so
I wasn't sure if you attend any of the in-person ones.
yeah, I mean it's not too long. It's I think it's really well done. So yeah, the training piece. I think that's it. If you have questions, there's a lot of stuff on our website regarding training. There's fact sheets. There's the technical guidance. And other resources. We put together a kind of a matrix regarding RMAs in Western Oregon and Eastern Oregon. So we're updating those a little bit. So folks need to know what their RMAs need to be when they're doing project near the stream. We got some stuff like that. So we're continually adding things to that might help. That's all I have. Yeah.
Thanks, that's great news. And maybe for Scott or Mike, one of the documents that we have found really useful is the illustrated guide with O3. Can you guys talk about where we are with that and how that's lining up with the ODF work?
So I can start, and then you can fill in if you have that. So you said that's an OPRI manual that's created. So we have been, we have a person kind of on the coordination group working with that, and our technical specialists, as they have had time, they've been reviewing pieces that are coming in. So we provided our review. From what I have heard, that should be coming out fairly soon. I don't know. I haven't really heard an update on kind of where they are on that that coming out, do you know? Or-
Yeah, and Rick would know too, but it's, yeah, I mean, what we've heard from Ofri is that, and yeah, I don't think Julie was on here, but they were originally gonna have the printed manual out in spring, but because it sounded like there were some issues where you guys needed to make some additional rule changes or updates that weren't initially made, some cleanup there, that's getting delayed. The print won't go out until summer, but they will have an electronic version in the spring.
Oh.
So that's the update I got last
Good.
week,
Good update. I mean,
because our members use
we've been
it.
dealing with, as we were dealing with all this other work, that really had not been, high on our, time commitment that we wanted to on that. So there are some things that our technical specialists have brought up. So it's good to hear that actually that will be incorporated.
Mhm.
It'll be maybe take a little bit longer, but at least we'll get some, the correct information out there. And as we're developing, we've got new rules and some of the policy stuff, we kind of still have to work through as we're getting questions on these too. So hopefully that's kind of integrated into that document. So we are providing technical review on that as far as developing. We haven't been too involved. I'm not sure about that kind of designation.
Yeah, more information.
Okay, yeah.
Eric.
Wanted to thank you for your around the state trainings that went into the rollout of the PFA. I know you guys were probably chewing on a few Tums after some of those meetings. I know some of the folks in those rooms got a little heated on some topics, but wanted to thank you for that. From both from the small landowner and the large landowner perspective, being able to get that direct source of this is what we need to do so we can start aligning our business processes behind what the requirements are was really beneficial to us. And I think going forward, I'd encourage you that as you continue to roll out the new tech guidance on FRIA and a few of these other ones that are a little bit more technical, that there may still be some opportunities statewide to do some trainings that kind of follow a similar pattern, and encourage those if you guys are able to.
Yeah, we will be doing at least some internal training specifically on topics, but yeah, I think we're looking at that to get this stuff developed or that power basing training. We're working on getting some stuff set up internally so our stewards and foresters can chime in on what they're hearing and the technical experts, and then we can provide that back and forth on them so they can answer the questions too, but having that general training with our technical experts, hopefully we can get some of that stuff.
Can I just follow up on that? I got a call yesterday afternoon from a Douglas County person who attended the event, training presentation in Coos Bay last month, and they were fired up. They, I think, had kind of low expectations, but were impressed with the presentation, the quality, the attitude, all those things. So I often just get the calls where people are complaining.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
They went out of their way yesterday to let me know that it was a great event.
Okay, well, that's good to hear. I wasn't able to attend most of those. I was doing for your stuff, but so yeah, it's good to hear. We weren't sure exactly what was needed. I mean, we have so much, and we didn't want to get too far in the weeds, which kind of need to for some folks, but to keep it at the higher level, give people an opportunity to ask questions. So it's good to hear that there was value. Because you said that we had people just kind of spread out. We kind of put them when we did internal training, and then like the next day we spread people out to go to additional training. So I'll pass it on to Megan.
Sorry. No, you go ahead. Okay. I had a question about the road condition assessment and the parcel, which is, I believe is defined as all contiguous ownerships of a person doing a harvest on the parcel. And I was wondering what happened. I know Eric was interested in that question too, and others. Is there some further discussion about that, and where does that landing?
There's no further discussion, no,
Okay.
but where it landed is the parcel definition stays as is for now.
Yeah.
With the, I guess, the workaround, I suppose, or would we agree to the author group, when I say we, it's the author group and ODF got together, it was a 180-day extension or I guess extension of to be able to complete the RCA. So for a small within owner puts in their notification, they still need to check the box that they're small within owner attest to it, and also say that there's another box that they have to mark to submit the RCA in it.
Mhm.
And then what we're asking is at least to fill in as much information as they can on the form at the time of submitting the notification. And then if they need extra time at the top of the RCA document, there's a box they can check that says I need 180 days, and I can extend it beyond that. And then ask for help from the office staff there or from their small forest or forester help. So so the definition stays as is. If that needs to change in the future, that's a different process we have to go through in the future. But yeah, we gave them 180 days extension.
I see.
Yeah.
I don't have a sense of, since we were talking about costs, how much does that assessment cost? Does anyone have a sense? How?
I don't know.
It depends how complicated it would be. I think that, I was thinking that, in some cases, the landowner could go out and do it in, in an hour, some cases if they have, a large property with a lot of crossings, they may need to have somebody to help them. I mean, we do have our stewardship forestry, SFO foresters that can help somewhat. I mean, if you have like a large property, a couple thousand acres, you may already have a consultant or something if you have a forest management plan.
And this program I spoke about is called Scout, the one they can put on the phone can actually get the long locations for the culverts, the land that's needed. It's part of a statewide GIS program. So yeah, I mean, we've got a few tools out there to help landowners out.
Thank you. Oh, Amanda.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank ODF for our upcoming annual convention. We have a technical session on the SFO rules for the BFA. And so Joe Touchstone is gonna focus on kind of an ODF overview of the SFO rules for the operator community. And then Rick, one of his members, is going to be joining as well, kind of from the perspective of, as a small woodland owner, this is sort of what we expect an operator to know. And then what are kind of those value added services that operators can bring when they are providing, a bid or an appraisal for that work. So if a landowner, for instance, doesn't have the funds to hire a consulting forester as a middleman, and is just wanting to work directly with an operator, what does an operator need to know? So looking at the SFISH program, the tax credit, RCAs, those are the things we're going to focus on. We're not going to get into all the minutia of this is how the buffers change, this is the minimum option, I mean, we'll have hopefully resources, but just to highlight to this group, AOL wanted to provide that specific training to that operator community, and we've got about 300 to 400 people that participate and attend our event. So it'll be it's a concurrent session, so there'll be another session going on. So we should have anywhere from 100 to 200 people in that technical session that are likely folks that work or want to work with small forest landowners and want to know more about the rules. So again, I just wanted to say thank you to ODF for providing a staff person there, and also Oswa for helping us identify somebody from the Oswa community. So.
All right, thank you so much for your work and the presentation. All right, we had a break. We've run a little bit over, but shall we just take a break till 10:30? And I see Ben's already here. Welcome, Ben. Thanks for being here. So we'll reconvene at 10:30.
And then I
That's what-
yeah.
Hello.
Reason that we should.
Rejoining the audio.
I don't know, just kind of got lost in translation, and I've been just tied up with other
Yeah,
stuff, so. But I think Vim is the right, CC you on that email too.
That's fine. Yeah.
Informal conversation. Going back to. Ben's here.
Several people.
Sorry to be on and off camera. My bandwidth is low today. I don't know, the snow
Yes.
affecting it.
Recognize that we're not an author, but.
All right.
With effects, right?
Yes.
So, and that's why we did a lot.
Well, good conversations during break, but we're reconvening. Ben Femling is here to talk about the Board of Forestry. Thanks for being here.
Absolutely. Thank you all for having me and glad I was able to be here in person today.
Yeah.
And I don't have there aren't too many new updates going on right now at the board level that I think overlaps with the CFF directly. I wanted to talk a little bit about where the vision process is at. And I have a specific question there I wanted to float by everybody. And then a couple other updates. I wanted to talk about the Oregon Kitchen Table report that was presented to the board 2 weeks ago. And then maybe just sort of open it up to some other questions that folks have, thoughts or questions or feedback. But first, so the vision hasn't really made much progress since we talked last. We had one more work session with the subcommittee, but it wasn't really brought before the board in the last meeting. And so that is sort of slowly moving forward. And I think in the March board meeting, there will be again, a work session on the vision document with the full board. And the hope is that that will maybe tie a bow on it to have a draft that can then go out for feedback. So in the meantime, following up on our last meeting where I got a ton of phenomenal feedback from this group, was trying to sort of work that feedback into the draft that we're working on. And just at a very high level, sort of where I see the vision documents right now is I've identified that, we try to call out that our forests are really important. Our forests have vulnerabilities. How do we, as a board, as a department, and as a group of forest owners and stewards, collaboratively take care of these forests to provide all of these myriad benefits that we expect from forests. So that's sort of a real broad brush of this is a joint document among the board and the department, but it's really a vision for all forest owners and managers in Oregon. We're trying to put forward and trying to, as best we can, acknowledge that multifaceted role the forest plays of providing revenue and board feet into the economy, providing habitat, providing all the myriad things that forest provides. One of the topics that sort of we wrestled with in our last subcommittee meeting, and I think I personally feel very strongly about and wanted to get sort of feedback from this group on is this idea of landowner responsibility. And this idea that landowners and stewards, I'm using that sort of term together of whether you're a forest landowner or you're the actual steward who is managing and taking care of this patch of forest lands. What is the social responsibility, not the legal responsibility, but sort of social responsibility to take care of that particular patch of forest lands for the greater good of all of Oregon. And in particular, we've been wrestling with not managing forests can have detrimental effects, whether it's overstocking creates fire risk, creates pathogen and beetle challenges. There are plenty of reasons to, quote, not manage a forest intentionally, but I think what we were wrestling with as a subcommittee was the examples of landowners and stewards just not having the interest or wherewithal to really do much at all within these forest lands and the detrimental side effects that could arise from that. And so trying to find some way to sort of frame up what is a landowner's responsibility to the greater population of Oregon to at some base level take care of their forest. And that was something we've been wrestling with, and maybe I just stop there and sort of open it up to thoughts or feedback from the committee here of what role the board and the department has to play in sort of calling for intentionally taking care of your forest, however that might be, but being intentional about it. If anybody has thoughts or feedback on that, possibly thorny question.
Wait, one of the things that I think is going to end up being a point of tension, because actually, Ben, I love hearing that brought up, because not managing is really a management choice, even if it's an unstated management choice. I have to say that to my mind, it feels like neglect, but that's my own bias. Feeling like when you take responsibility to own a piece of forest land, part of that responsibility is caring for it, just like if you take on adopting an animal or having a child, you take on responsibilities for care, and that's a relationship. So I can see that one is going to end up being really thorny if management, and I listened to the last Board of Forestry meeting, and, having listened to like the Oregon Kitchen Table Project and a number of, and even your last work session on this vision, that term of management does seem to bring up an awful lot of feeling, in terms of how is that understood? What does that actually mean? So I don't envy you trying to come up with the language that's going to be the more broadly acceptable stewardship or whatever it might be. So that's one thought. And then the other one that just keeps rolling around in the back of my head is that the ownership of Oregon's forests, a huge proportion of it isn't the state or private landowners, and the management on that other proportion or lack thereof is also a huge issue on the on the realities and the impacts of forests. And I don't know how that can be addressed, but I think there's also a lack of understanding of many Oregonians of like who actually does own forest land and who actually can care for it too. So just lots of pieces there that I think about a lot.
Dave?
So I guess the first question I would have is you mentioned intentional. I'm not sure what you really mean by that. Does that mean something regarding mandate, which probably would force a lot of pushback from a lot of folks that I can think of? But to me, it all boils down to education, really, and just love of your place. And I mean, I've every several years I read a Sand County Almanac and Round River, as well as Wendell Berry, just to because you have folks like that can articulate stewardship in such common terms and in such terms that really are impactful. And so I think if you're going to try to make a headway, you have to try to implement strategies like that to get the common landowner to understand their moral obligations, their societal obligations, their personal obligations to their own property. And, I don't think there's anything you can force upon them, but we just have to find creative ways, like this committee, for example, and local also chapters to help spread the word of how to do that. And the tree schools, those are very important avenues to get the word out. And I think by having speakers come in that are, even indigenous speakers coming and talking about how they've been able to shepherd or steward their lands for tens of thousands of years is worthwhile too. So I think it's a huge undertaking, and I'd be happy to help in any way I can, but I think it's going to be boiled down to education. So thanks.
Well, I just to follow up on those two comments, I found the little sentence that we had written so far that I think boils this down. And the sentence is, the Board of Forestry believes that all forest owners and stewards have a social responsibility to improve the resilience and adaptive capacity of their lands. The Department of Forestry has the tools to incentivize and support this work. So sort of following up on Dave, this is not a mandate. This is talking about social responsibility, not a legal or mandate responsibility. But I appreciate the education call out. That's huge. Go ahead.
Let's see, Amanda, if you can have some, maybe first.
Yeah, I guess my question, we don't, AOL doesn't represent this specific audience, but I know the board is really interested in this not being another plan that just sits on a shelf, right? That there is some sort of an implementation component. So I guess one caution, like has somewhat already been mentioned, is that if you're going to include some sort of a vision statement, that you're willing to take the actions necessary to actually see it to fruition. So I think what you've highlighted is good. I think at some point you're going to have to identify what are those incentives and what are those programs. And we have the CCCP, climate change, CCCP, whatever combination of letters that is, and other stuff that's happening in that sphere. I think ODF has some ability to manage those funds, but most of that comes through other funding sources as far as the color of money and the actual control that ODF has, and maybe not there as clearly as maybe that statement that you read makes it seem.
Right.
So just a caution there. And I think it is good. One other thing that I'd highlight that you could potentially point to is obviously within Senate Bill 762, there's going to be some legal requirements for small woodland owners in particular to take action to create some of that resiliency on their lands. And so not sure how you work that in, but just highlight that as kind of a reminder that yes, there's a moral obligation, but there some point in the somewhat near future, there will be a legal obligation
For
to a certain
some
extent.
elements, absolutely.
Yeah.
Rick, I think Dave really, trying to wordsmith this stuff is, and I watched you guys work on this in large groups and small groups. But that idea of education, and part of that is education has values. And so that is probably the wordle that's going to open this up, because we want to see voluntary and people know the value and step forward to do whatever it is they're going to do, and incentivize. And whether that's recognition as the landowner of the year, operator of the year, or funds available, that's great. But that thing of responsibility versus mandate versus regulation versus rule versus guidance, it's a slippery slope. And folks that are concerned about government overreach, this is going to be something that we need to make sure that we're all in the same boat, what we need. And I think Dave's thing of education is really the pathway.
Do you want to respond, or should I go to Maurizio?
Ben, thank you for the question. Because sometimes it's easier to fly over and just keep on doing other things. But this is an important question, which I actually would like to propose almost to modify the question itself. And that is not much what is the responsibility of landowners. Even if you do, when you do own the land, you actually own this little piece of paper, a deed. They give you an opportunity to do few things: to be an observer, resident, a distant observer, non-resident, to be a manager, to be a steward, to be many of the other things. And actually, probably the better question is, what is our relationship with the land in general? We're talking about forest here, but what is the relationship with the land upon which we live every day in the context of the things that we do? In particular, we can talk about forest, but I read it once many years ago, and in a very simple statement, it was stated that after all, photosynthesis pays the bills. After everything is said and done, there is this little mechanical, semi-mechanical process. It's called photosynthesis. That pays all the bills. So how do you relate that in the context of your life is a big ethical questions, which is super cool that we were asking. Ownership is a weird word, because we really don't own very much stuff. I mean, you own it as long as you can pay for it. In the sense that if you stop paying property taxes for 3 years, somebody else is going to own your land anyway. So things that you have to keep on paying for, it really is not an ownership, is a temporary contract with somebody. So really, but instead, the responsibilities to the land is a deep, which includes the forest, clearly in our context. Is a very deep and ethical question, and I'm going to say it again. Thank you for asking that, because it's pretty cool to know that our Board of Forestry also functions at that level. I clearly don't have the answer. I have played many roles in my life. At this point in my life, I play a more active, involved, and overwhelmingly, how do you say, grateful of all the things that the land is giving back to me every day. And but in the past, I was an observer. I was a marginally connected person. I was, and so anyway, it's pretty cool. Good to have this. Thank you guys for going there.
Kate? You're muted, Kate.
Trying to be responsible in the midst of this. Going back, piggybacking on what Maurizio said, which is highlighting that quality of relationship, because, and looking at a more like an indigenous perspective, like we are in relationship to the land, and the land is in relationship to us. We care for the land, and the land cares for us. We don't care for it so it cares for us. It's this mutual relationship, but there's an inherent tension. We're hearing it even in the room. Is this ideal relationship and embracing this relationship with the land, which is a bigger thing than even just each individual landowner and their property, or is this a regulatory thing? Because I think that how that is stated is going to be really, and understood is going to be really different, because I think some people will read a vision statement as a vision and then maybe be able to get on board with the vision, and other people will read a vision statement and go, how is this going to impact me? What are they telling me to do? What are the loopholes, whatever? And figuring out how to walk that line is, I think, going to be challenging. And remembering that you're coming and talking to us as the woodland owning community. But if this is about a vision that's being put forward for all Oregonians, I think that education piece that Dave brought up is going to be important for everyone to understand what that relationship looks like, what that or could look like, what that stewardship or what that management looks like, so that I don't know how we land on some shared language or some shared understanding, because I think woodland owners' understanding of how we're in relationship with our land may be not how we're perceived from people on the outside who look at what we're doing and sometimes and want to point fingers at how that's bad because we've done fuels mitigation work or we've done something that someone else thinks is not the right way to do it. So, I mean, I see a lot of thorny issues in all of this, and maybe education is one of those ways forward. I know that I heard that came up a lot in the Oregon kitchen table thing, that lots of people talked about the importance of education from a lot of different perspectives, I'm assuming, but but this quality of relationship with the land, I think is, and that relationship inherently is, there's responsibility there, because if we're in relationship, we are responsible to and for one another in that relationship.
Mike,
Question
are
by
you?
Gary, I think was before me, so.
Oh, Gary.
Okay, what I'd like to say is, first off, you're well aware of this already. This will be a complex process to open the door to have all landowners, mitigate fire hazards and manage their lands. And it comes down to some form of land management plan. And if you go into an enforcement, then it becomes a regulatory process that has a lot of backlash, and the simplicity of the complexity of our landowners, especially within small landowner groups, that they might have a great idea about their land and how they want to protect it, but in many cases don't have the financial wherewithal to do much about that, other than the thought process of saying it's good and Mother Nature does her thing, and if I just let it go, it's going to be taken care of. Whether that burns it down or you clear it and thin it and work on the vegetation process. But I just see, again, it's so complex, and I will say you're right on education, but the other point that I see is, if you try to do anything in this context, is a tremendous outreach program that's going to reach out to people and provide them some type of incentive as well as financial support to take on specific projects that ODF tends to define and how they want them implemented. And again, that becomes a very complex regulatory process, and it comes back down to a simple philosophy I have: who owns our forest? When we have a state coming in and starting to put regulatory processes in place to address water, to address fire, we have a federal agency that steps in and says, you don't own the water on your land anymore. Now you don't own the rights to your trees, is what the state wants to implement. I think it's got a lot of negative to it, and I think a lot of hard work on the ground to make it work. So good luck.
That's kind of
Mike,
comment. So
Are you raising your own hand or?
I've got a question, I guess, for Ben and the CFO. To answer one of Dave's questions, though, I believe Alder Leopold said all it takes is to own a shovel in that change, if I read him correctly, to plant a tree. Sorry, it's an inside joke. Anyway, you have to read Alder Leopold. Part of it, so Amanda mentioned Senate Bill 762, and part of that came out of that was the 20-year strategy that I'm actually involved in that. It's part of another thing I get to do. How is that going to tie in with the FBFO? My question.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll get to that in just a sec, but I wanted to sort of maybe close the loop on the responsibility conversation. And just thank you all for that feedback. And I think what is very apparent, and it's something that we are struggling with, is how do we talk about this? Who owns the forest? What are the responsibilities of these lands? Talk about that in a the word moral came up a couple of times. I have been staying away from that particular word, but there was that this is about ideas and vision, and not about regulation and rules. The vision document is not a legally binding document. It's a guiding vision for Oregon, for forests in Oregon, sort of put forward by the department and the board. And it's something that I am personally really wrestling with, is how do we be very clear about sort of, this is what we think is important. How you do that is up to you. But these are just values that we think are important when it comes to our relationships with our forests. But Mike, sort of to your question about the 20-year strategy, the vision document in a couple places, when we have our 4 goals, we have a bunch of preamble, and then we have our 4 goals, and then there's a set of strategies and actions below those 4 goals. And the 20-year strategy is front and center one of those strategies. So this vision document very much references many other elements within ODF and within the state that already exist as tools to put this vision into practice. And so, especially around the fire goal, it's that the 20-year strategy is a key strategy under that goal. And the climate change empowerment plan is a key strategy underneath the climate goal. The state forest management plan is a key strategy underneath the forest resilience goal. So as is the Forest Practices Act. So there's all of these documents and plans and strategies that ODF already has are referenced sort of as actionable elements in this vision.
And I would throw in that one of the benefits of this vision for Oregon is that it's a document that doesn't require you to have OAR and ORS language in it. There isn't a you shall do this, you have to do this. It's almost like a presidential speechwriter is standing up saying, you know, here's our view of how this works. And it's almost a little bit of a motivational document for that.
Yeah.
So from a social responsibility standpoint, I see it more in how you can craft the language as a motivational tool for people to be guided or towards that vision, more as opposed to, you know, what exactly should we say. And I would offer, you know, in that the way that you craft that vision, you know, as we, you know, at the board meeting, Cal kind of got put on the spot of, you know, how's that climate forestry initiative coming along, and he kind of like moved that one along. That's a tough one we're all struggling with. And so as we start to deal with some of these climate objectives, you know, there's a lot of opportunity there to move towards passive management in lieu of offsets or, you know, alternative practices that are associated with management. So there's some opportunity there, I think, for how you craft your language around what you want that social responsibility to stay, as opposed to more or less trying to systematically define variable by variable what you want the outcome to be.
Right. No, well put. And I think that also gets to sort of who is the intended audience of this document. And I really see it as sort of as twofold. It is an inward facing document to really be a vision and a guide for ODF staff on the grounds to sort of have it clearly, hopefully clearly articulated what's the path forward, and also an outward looking document so that it's communicating with the general public, the legislature, other agencies, the rest of Oregon, a sort of an outward looking communication tool of this is what we think is important, and we hope you come along with us on this.
So, and if the tone's correct, that would direct the board to behave in a certain manner, which can help us achieve that social responsibility objective.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, just really quick, Ben, it's interesting. So most people don't know this because it's happening internally, and we don't have, you know, public meeting laws like Board of Forestry does. But at AOL, we're going through a positioning, like branding, kind of process right now. And so we're trying to identify what our brand pillars are. And so in some ways, the goals and, you know, the different things that you guys have outlined within the vision for Oregon's Forest is kind of like, you know, the board's perspective on what the brand pillars or values are for ODF, right? And then like you've identified the strategies and actions, like those are important pieces too, right? But from the outside looking in, like what is the story we want to tell to the public and to staff around, you know, what does ODF stand for, at least from the perspective of the board.
Yeah.
So I think Joy had highlighted that. It's a little bit interesting because it's a board-driven exercise with input from staff.
We're trying very hard for it to be a joint board and departments driven exercise.
Yeah.
And the board members, me included, like to talk. So we are trying very hard to have it, make it as joint as possible. That's really the vision behind this. This is a shared single effort.
It's like I mean, but in the past, right? This specific effort was always a board, you know, kind of work plan.
Yeah.
And so I think it will continue to be a struggle to kind of square those two pieces. But either way, it's an interesting, I had never thought about it in that framing, but in a lot of ways it kind of is that, you know, it's like your guys's effort with the department to create sort of a brand strategy, a brand position, kind of these brand pillars and values that are kind of what hold up the agency, outside of statute. Absolutely. Right. So I never thought about it like that. So, what it's worth.
I have a comment. You guys.
No, I was just
first.
curious to see what the Forest Service, when they're starting putting this pull together, the federal agencies think about that anymore.
Yeah.
Just curious.
That's something that really, and hopefully we can dig into after March, is that outreach and feedback across the board. And we have unfortunately not really been having, working on this with the Forest Service together, but they're a key elements in this vision, given their outsized footprint in Oregon. So we're talking to them in this documents and how we can subsequently make that a not talking at somebody, but conversation going forward is that's important.
And in many ways, the MOU on shared stewardship reflects many of the
portion of that. Absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say that your statement of the vision, I kind of like that you're having the abstract vision, the statement of what we would like the situation to be, being fairly short, and then kind of what you were saying, I was thinking about specific tools pretty early on in the analysis, because if you have a topic like this and you say do all the theoretical stuff all the way to the bottom, that is a long conversation. So my sense is that having an overarching vision statement should get pretty concrete pretty soon about the fact that the solutions and the strategies, it's very site specific, different forests, different parts of the state, different landowner goals.
Yeah.
You really, what's going to be appropriate and what are the best practices is really going to depend on that.
Yeah.
And tools, from my perspective, also includes ways to make it easy for those who can have some low-hanging fruit in terms of, like, people will want to maximize financial goals often because that's why they own the forest or they have the combination of those things. But having some low-hanging fruit in terms of ways to incentivize people to do some management that's better for some public goals and so forth, is my idea of getting pretty soon into some of the tools that might work, and those will be very specific. When I was looking at the original draft that was sent around, I was kind of concerned, some of the statements saying that forests are a threat to us. I think a forest that is not in good condition might be a threat to us, but there are ways to make forests not a threat. And in general, our ecosystem should be managed in a way that's not a threat to us. So to the extent we can go pretty soon from this vision of what we'd like to see, which is sort of theoretical, and just, what's feasible?
Yeah. What
will people be willing to do? And how can we have some benefits that make the forest not a threat, but actually supportive of our broader ecosystem?
Yeah. And well said, absolutely. And I think sort of two elements there. And one is the site specific actions I think are really important. I think the way I see this, and I can't find the specific language right now, but this vision is sort of statewide. It's a statewide high level vision. How that vision is put into practice will vary widely across the landscape and across the states. And we're very much calling out that the place-based, site-specific tactics are a key to this. But that vision sort of transcends the whole state. We haven't fully fleshed out all the strategies yet, but if I scroll down another paragraph from what I had just read, there's sort of be a big long list of strategies of sort of that's already built in there of all the tools that the department currently already has to help make this work happen. So
Rick and then Keola. Oh, Keola, you go first. Rick has offered for you to go first.
Okay, thanks guys. Oh, let me see if I can lower my hand. And I know you're reading from a specific document, Ben, and I apologize, I don't have it right in front of me. But just building off of what Wendy was saying, I appreciate the vision going straight into sort of strategies and resources, but also that this is not just for forest landowners, but for all Oregonians, which is, I think, what the kitchen table was really trying to highlight. So I just wanted to see, is there already built in, or are you thinking about, you know, just a short synthesis? And I'm kind of less interested. I know we want to talk about our history and how we got here a lot of the time, but the history of the importance of forestry and timber in Oregon and wildlife, like, I think to touch on that some, but to talk more about like how it sustains us for our future and what those many values are. Is there a statement that's already, you know, very high level that's included to that effect? Or if not, I would suggest that that would be helpful too. So it's not just
So-
for landowners.
That's a great point. There isn't really about the history. That's partly in our intention to keep this short and concise.
Yeah.
We've really stripped a lot of things away.
I think
We're
that's
thinking
okay.
of this document as very much a digital document that will
Mhm.
have call out boxes, links, references, able to sort of loop a lot more context in. But that's a great point about history that I will make note of, that could be linked. And
Well,
but
and
Go
Ben,
ahead.
sorry, just, I do agree with the history. That's true, but I would really love to focus on like how you know, if you live in Oregon, you're a forest person by your very, you know, just by being here. So what does that mean? I feel like that's kind of like, and some links to that, you know, different resources for folks who maybe aren't involved in forestry on their day-to-day basis, who don't own land, who don't manage land, but who want to understand like, well, what does that, you know, why is this important to us in Oregon and in the world right now? Some call out boxes or some links to that kind of sort of higher level connection about the many values of forestry, I think would be, for us would be great.
Absolutely. I think we have dabbled in that a little bit, and I think we could do a better job in this document to sort of really call out why is this important to everybody. I think we talk about why it's important writ large, but not really how tying that to everybody in Oregon. And I think that there's some work to do there. So thank you.
Rick. Yeah, again, thanks, Ben, for spending time with us on this. I thought it was real progress for the vision. When got kind of dialed in on that place-based solutions. And that is good stuff. But the other part of this is embracing diversity. And if somebody isn't managing their property, it's not the end of the world. And it may actually be helpful at some point later down the line. We don't know. And so embracing diversity, I think, is that next level, that we all don't have to be doing the same thing at the same time. And that may be one of the guiding lights that Amanda was talking about, embracing diversity. And that also means accepting some uncertainty. We just don't know. We don't know.
Right. I like that. And I think we're trying really hard not to be prescriptive in this document, of keeping it high level, and how you achieve that vision. Let's say this becomes a shared vision. How that vision is achieved is not spelled out, and intentionally so. That is for each landowner and steward to figure out for themselves. But I think so, you know, maybe for some folks it's leaving your forest alone is the way to achieve that, and that's absolutely fine and appropriate. But I think as long as you're intentionally doing that, I'm leaving this piece of forest alone because I think that's the best path forward. That I think very much trying not to be prescriptive is key. And I appreciate the sort of embracing diversity there. Yeah.
Amanda.
Yeah, I just have two comments that are, bubbling up as we're talking. So, Mike asked about the federal lands piece. And so if the department and the board are going to sort of consult with the federal land, why would they not consult with other landowner types throughout Oregon? I mean, in my mind, it's kind of like, who are you to say what my vision of my land is, right? And you're here today talking to representatives from the small forest land component, but what about industrial lands and other landowners that take up a pretty big part of how that vision does or does not come to life.
That's
right. So just, an idea out there. I don't know what your thoughts are around sort of more of a concerted and focused effort with engaging different types of landowners within the state, but it just kind of made me think of that when Mike brought up the federal lands. And you don't have to respond to that right now, just a thought. And then, you within the kind of communities piece, there is some language in here. I don't know where it came from about workforce and whether or not managed lands can cover the associated costs of the workforce. And so I don't know I don't know where that came from. Like, there's no citations to that. That's maybe one person's opinion.
Could you say again, what the managed lands, and then I did
May not be able to cover associated costs with doing things in the woods. So again, I just don't know where that came from. And this group has talked a lot about, the workforce and some challenges there. And I do think that it is the responsibility of the board and ODF to highlight the importance of maintaining a robust infrastructure that's, all encompassing, not just the folks that I represent, but also the milling infrastructure, trucking infrastructure, kind of all of those pieces. And that's really, really important, and providing kind of in some ways, like almost policies of the state, right? That are really important for keeping that sector together if we really want to achieve anything outlined in this vision. So maybe highlighting a little bit more of that would be useful. And so, just, I hadn't looked through because your guys' last meeting and some of the notes that are in here, but that kind
the
of.
formatting is still a little wonky.
Yeah, but anyways,
in red text at least.
Yeah, but
no, those are good
popped out
points.
to me.
Those are good points. And I think
Just tying together like that, the infrastructure and how that also helps out with the public safety aspects on the fire. And it's kind of one of those things, like many of them, that it could be overarching on a lot of the different topics.
It's really, the workforce issue is highlighted at the very top, in the top set of bullet points. And I think one of the things we're trying to get to is just that dynamic nature of the relationship between forests and the communities, how that is not static.
Yeah.
And that is changing, and our workforce is changing. The needs of the forests and related to workforce continues to change, but to work towards finding that balance and continue to develop the workforce of the future.
Yeah, and I was maybe gonna highlight this later, but I will just now because I think it's important. We've worked and highlighted to the committee and actually included it in a previous committee report to the board. AOL's been working on a workforce study bill, and so we actually have that in text. It's getting introduced today.
Cool.
And so, we are actively engaged in trying to get more data on the forest sector, and it's not just on the contract sector that AOL represents, but the forest sector as a whole, right? Including NGOs, including land trusts, including, public and private all together, right? Where are we going? And I think it is really challenging to make some of the comments of, well, it's changing. Well, how is it changing, right? This person's definition of how it's changing might be different than this person's based on if you think it should go one way or the other, right? And so I think I would just caution, right, against some of that. Like, yeah, you could say it's changing, but and where you go from there. I personally don't necessarily agree with some language right now of what is necessary for the workforce moving forward. So just again, just kind of a caution there. But we hopefully will know more by the end of our completion date of June 30th, 2025.
I don't know if I'm over time yet or not, but.
You're not overtime. You have lots of time.
Okay, good. I forget how long I had here, but.
Yeah, no, I think you have until 11:45.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Can you expand a little on maybe on what the struggles are with social responsibility standpoint? Are there hurdles you're having a hard time overcoming, or is it?
No, I don't know that there's any particular hurdles. I want to make sure we get it right, and I want to make sure it lands right. It comes across the way I think we're intending, as opposed to comes because that's a thorny issue for a state entity to talk about responsibility. but I think is an important one. So I think it's wanting to make sure it's coming across right and not coming across in a sort of a punitive or regulatory way, but we're all in this together. This is important for us to be paying attention to kind of way.
I would say I really misread the agenda there, because we had you until 11:15, but our next topic is very short, actually, so I think we should continue this good discussion.
I have time,
Yeah.
so you pull the plug when it's time to pull the plug, but I'm happy to keep talking until then.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you have a vision for how this committee can help you with the vision for Oregon?
This is hugely helpful. And I mean, I think our last session we had, this session, I'll continue to sort of have these conversations as we go along, are incredibly helpful. Beyond that, it's getting pushed out a little bit farther, but once the board has developed a draft that the board is okay with, and we keep hoping that that's going to be pretty soon. But at that point, there will be a sort of draft, a more polished, finished draft out, and for feedback across the landscape. And I think to Amanda's point, not just the Forest Service, but all landowners, we're really trying. Joy has a plan to really get that out there to everybody, and also within the department to get feedback within the department. So at that point, exactly what that's going to look like, I'm not exactly sure yet, but the goal is to really have a very robust couple months for feedback that we can then bring back into this document to try to make it even better. So that's outside of our conversations with CFF and me, that will be coming as well. Maybe that's a more formal session with CFF again.
I have a little more of a technical comment that I know you're aware of, but I think the word management is kind of a word that can either mean like management as in a management plan, which might include like some sort of watershed project within our CS, or could be the word management is sometimes used just to, commercial harvest operations. So I think that just using your words clearly will be really important. And I know you've raised this before, but when I was reading through it before, there were places where that created a lot of ambiguity about what was considered, say, the goals of the vision here. So I think that will be something to be clear about.
I think we've tried, as I'm looking here, it's we haven't removed it completely. We've tried to take the word management out of this document and replace it with other words that don't push as many buttons and hopefully are more clear and definable. And so I think like the sentence we have here is that there's a responsibility to improve the resilience and adaptive capacity of their lands. So that's another way of saying management, but it's saying in a hopefully a more clear and specific way. Because that term is loaded and means very different things to different groups of people.
Right, and it relates to this issue of what is passive good or bad, because knowing what you're up to and doing it on purpose in terms of taking care of your land is very important.
Yeah.
And it could be lots of places on the spectrum and still be successful. So the
Absolutely.
word management can, like, when someone's saying it, forest needs to be managed, that knowing what you're doing and doing a good job of it, or forest needs to be managed in the sense that regular commercial harvests are essential to the well-being of a forest, which is a more controversial statement, so.
And I think we really tried to pull back from that and say sort of, there's a diversity of ways of going about this. Are you meeting the vision? Yeah. However you might go about that, but are you meeting the vision on your forest?
And you could explicitly just say management, by which we mean management for a variety of.
And we have a placeholder to try to have a definition for management, and we've gone back and forth on whether we just pull it out completely. And just don't even use that word, or whether we try to have a definition in there. But it's a very broad one, as long as it's purposeful. I like the word purposeful, intentional.
Yeah.
Whatever is happening is
Informed.
being done from a perspective of being informed.
And Amanda made a comment that reminded me that part of the vision is who the partners are. Who's in this together. So that's something that I hope will show up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the role of this committee is sort of nose in the tent. The small forest landowners are really neighbors. And I don't want to say the glue that holds it all together, but we're on the edge of the urban areas now. We're up against the national forests. We're next to private lands. Could be small owners, could be large industrial landowners, locally, local businesses or multinational corporations. So I think this committee really, or small forest landowners, is a central glue that holds us together. And if we can get it right, as a vision and as a communication tool, and with Dave's education, that's great. So I think we'd be happy to test some of these things out to see how they work in the real world, and encourage the department to really consider the small forest landowners as the glue.
Well put.
Kate has her hand up. Kate?
Thanks. I just wanted to call out two things that just sort of have come up. Intentionality is actually an awesome word, because that, you know, whether you are choosing not to, you know, or leaving some parts of your property alone, but you're doing it intentionally, as opposed to, oh, it's just happening because you're bored or distracted or whatever. But intentionality is key. The other question I think Wendy just said about who the partners are. Yes, I think OSWA is an awesome, you know, small forest landowners, but another great partner, and I don't know, not necessarily in this document, but for the board, for ODF, for small woodland owners, is the tree farm system. Because so much of what Tree Farm is also grounded in is stewardship, you know, looking at that intersection of wood, water, wildlife, recreation, carbon, all of those things in a very intentional way, and supporting landowners in managing or intentionally caring for their land and stewarding it in the best way possible. So I would, you know, that was one of my things for later in our roundtable, was to bring up OTFS, but I think that's a partnership that perhaps we don't lean on enough, because I think there's a lot of overlap in OSWA and OTFS membership, but I also think the more voices around that table are raising consciousness of those intentional choices and how they can all look different depending on that sort of site-based reality, but having the better part, all those good partners, I think, is more voices, you know, more eyes on the document, more voices to share. And I'm going to stop talking now.
More comments? I was curious about the Oregon kitchen table, like, were you gonna mention some?
If we've got time, I'm happy to chat about that.
I think we do. Do people agree? Because we're gonna talk about schedule next, and that won't take all that long, I think. Our ongoing meeting schedule, so.
About a year ago, the subcommittee on this vision document sort of commissioned Oregon's Kitchen Table Project, which is out of Portland State University, to convene a set of what they call community conversations. It is one more way to sort of try to get our finger on the pulse of how Oregonians broadly think about forests. And in this case, it was very much more about developing relationships and setting the framework for sort of ongoing conversations with folks in the community about forestry, and less so a survey or a poll. It's more about sort of engaging partners in conversation. And they translate these questions into 8 or 9 different languages, had meetings and outreach all across the states, talked to about 4,000 people, and put together a preliminary report that you can all watch. That's the second day of the last Board of Forestry meeting, which I would encourage you to watch if you're interested. It's really fascinating. There will be final report coming out in March, I think, after a couple more sets of conversations happening in February. And a couple takeaways for me from this work, building on, we had the Oregon Values and Beliefs Center present a survey to the board last year, and O3 has commissioned through DHM Research regular surveys. So there's different versions of this question that we keep getting information back, and this was a new version of that. And a couple key takeaways for me was one, we were trying to get past the usual suspects, the people that the board hears from every day. And they did that, I feel like. And something that was interesting to me was that everybody in Oregon cares about forests. And, you know, that's why we live in Oregon. This is a forest state. And there was really across the board interest and engagement in our forests, whether it's recreation or urban forests or rural. There was also sort of a highlight of there's a lot of tension. There was a lot of strong feelings about forestry, and there was a common set of themes of sustainability and healthy forests. What that means to people is very different, and so sustainable and healthy forests might mean vastly different things to different people, but they all shared, or not all, but there was sort of a very much a common thread of this is important. How you get that or what that looks like varied widely, but there was a shared understanding that is important. And the same thing cut across a lot of different topics that shared ideas, wildly diverging ways of thinking about those ideas. But the ideas were shared, and it was troubling and exciting at the same time, and sort of just continuing to highlight the divisions we have in Oregon when it comes to forestry, but also highlighting that within all those divisions there are, in some way or another, actual shared values, and I'm looking forward to the final report where they're hopefully going to sort of really dig into that and try to some sort of Venn diagram sort of way, figure out what are those shared values, what's the overlap, where can we find that common ground? Because that's what I'm really hoping to sort of get out of this, is trying to find those nuggets of common ground across Oregon. So yeah, that was a couple sort of high level takeaways from it. I'm really looking forward to the final report, and I encourage you all to watch that if you haven't. The one a couple weeks ago, and then tune in March when I think get the final report. And then the word comes of sort of one more sort of data point of how do we make sure this vision document is really reflective of the values of all of Oregon, because that's a very hard thing to try to nail down. But that's sort of just a broad overview, and happy to field questions on that if there's follow-up questions on it.
And I just put a note in the chat. I feel like what you just said is like the core of the issue. You know, like we have this forestry program for Oregonians who don't know, you know, the strong opinions, but haven't had a lot of exposure. And so I'm not sure sort of where that education piece that you've talked about also throughout, you know, I think OFRI and OSU Extension and ODF, we do such a wonderful job of educating folks who are engaged in the land management, but not of the general public. And that doesn't mean that the general public isn't also having this, you know, big influence. So I don't know if there's like, not to add more to ODF's structure and plate, but around educating the public, or is the forestry program for Oregon a way to, you know, sort of start to make some of those bridges? But it feels like that is a huge gap, like that we have these really, you know, strong beliefs without a whole lot of opportunity to then learn or follow up, and no sort of proactive pull to bring folks in. And so maybe the kitchen table is going to do that, but I feel like that's like, maybe that's something that OSU can take on, maybe that's something that OFRI can take on, but that feels like that's a strategic next step, is to help, you know, keep these folks engaged, but do more together out on the land, and, you know, see where we end up in 3 years when we do that in an intentional way.
Yeah, no, and that's a key point. And I think one of the exciting things about this work with Oregon's Kitchen Table is it's laying the framework for those conversations to continue. And for that to be not just asking a bunch of questions, but sort of coming back to these same people that engaged with Oregon's Kitchen Table and saying, we heard you and here's what our plans are looking like. Here's what we're working on, and sort of being able to sort of over time keep those relationships and conversations going. So that's hopefully this work is setting the groundwork for a new framework for that communication and through that education.
I feel sometimes like the questions for those kinds of things polarize people, because it's a little bit like do you want $1 million? Do you want $0? Like, I want $1 million. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, the questions are sort of on a spectrum in which people who are not too informed about a topic or have no sort of skin in the game have goals that might not be feasible or are extremely thoroughly thought out. So it will be interesting seeing that. I think I took this survey and I felt as I was looking at it that like, is more what I thought. Yeah.
There was, I in the survey, I don't know what you.
And I might have taken another survey.
There was, they tried to, I think they had a couple of little snippets. What was that?
They were polarizing.
Interesting.
Yes.
Yeah. They had a couple little snip, like little recordings that they had you listen to and then response to that.
Oh, yeah, there was that one, yeah.
Which I think was trying to sort of get to the nuance of there's the complexity in there,
I
but
remember better now, yeah.
but you're right. I think that's the questions are really important and are challenging to get right.
The thing I struggled with was if I was an Oregonian not in the industry or affiliated with the sector at all, and I took the survey, the part I missed out was how big of a role does this concept actually play in my life? So, you know, are we pulling people in who, on the grand spectrum of things, what happens in Oregon's forests are 25 items down the list from, I gotta figure out how to make it through this paycheck. I gotta, you know, I'm worried about feeding my kids or whether my kids are at their school or politics or XYZ. But I was more taking the survey kind of wondering is, where does the answers to these questions for whomever we're reaching out to, where does that actually fit in their scheme of concern? And are we elevating, you know, something that for a lot of Oregonians, you know, it's a great recreational experience, is what a lot of people, their touch point is for forestry and everything. And are we elevating that too much when in the grand scheme of things, their concern level is, it's a low ranking item.
Comments from virtual participants?
I did listen to part of the forestry meeting there, and the one thing that stuck with me is the word recreation. I think it has different connotations in there, and part of it was a lot of people don't feel safe when there's weapons, guns out in the forest. But other people, their recreation is to have a gun out in the woods to shoot targets, to do hunting or whatever. So there was, when you say recreation, even recreation itself has this broad meaning out there. And you know, in working out, once you encounter all these people doing different types of recreation, including, you know, whatever you want to do out in the woods, but it's a broad definition. So,
Amanda?
Yeah, I think to build off that, it's interesting. So, so I do a lot of work, you know, through AOL with schools, a lot of community colleges who have kids from usually very urban populated centers coming to their schools, and some of them wanting to learn about forestry, right? And I've heard the same exact safety concern from them when they bring kids out, and it's changed. Like, that is a relatively new thing. And what they have said is it's not necessarily about guns or animals. It's the quietness and the darkness when you're used to living in cities, and that is unsettling, right? And it's so interesting for us that like chose this path and love this path and love forests. It's, you know, very different, you know, it's like we're what is that called? Tree bathing, forest bathing all the time, right? Don't even know it. Didn't even know there was a word for it, right? And so a lot of it is like, that's what I've heard actually from a lot of teachers, is that it is kind of that unsettling quietness and darkness. And that's why I think we saw, or we had heard during the meeting, that some of the ideas of what could make you feel safer were, you know, lights in parking lots and things like that, right?
And
And
I
so
think-
it's fascinating.
But also, I think some people wanted more lights, more, security folks with guns.
Yeah.
And some people wanted less of that.
Yeah.
And I think for different people, safety meant very different things,
Yeah.
but again, safety was a theme.
Yeah,
It was a theme that meant very different things to different people,
Yeah.
but it's which I'm throughout all of this trying to figure out, so what do we make of this? What do we pull out of this as sort of threads that transcend?
yeah. And like to Eric's point, it's like, okay, so does that mean that we changed what we do because we want to serve, you know, inner city Portland, and that's what the purpose of Oregon's forests are, and that's who we're supposed to be serving? Or, you know, like, yeah, what do we do with that information? Do we actually make meaningful changes? I think, you know, everyone in the industry is gonna say, you know, how do you engage with the woods? Yes, through work, but almost all of us engage through recreation too.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I think it's a pretty common thread that most of us recreate in the woods, whether you're also getting your subsistence from that as well. So I thought that it was, you know, it's interesting, and I think it does. I think if anything, it can help us shape how we communicate about it, right? Whether it's, you know, in order to pay for new facilities, we do this management, right? And connecting those dots for people, or, you know, this management allowed us to resurface this road, which now is allowing smaller vehicles to get to where you want to go, right? And, you know, maybe we reshape our communications, not necessarily what we're doing, but how we communicate from that perspective.
And I think the key is, you know, I'm definitely not, this isn't not something where we, oh, I heard this and therefore we're gonna do that, because everybody hears different things from this report. But I think the value of it is exactly what's happening right now. We're talking about this. We're wrestling with what do these responses mean? What do we make of that? How do we use that to inform a broader set of thinking?
And that's good. That's good to hear that that's your perspective. Marisa? Hello?
Yeah, so I think Kate was first.
Okay, Kate?
Mostly just a quick comment. I think another one of these tensions, right? We want to get people more comfortable in the woods. How do we help them feel safer? And yet the irony is the more folks that we have in the woods that don't really know anything about the woods can increase the lack of safety of the woods, people not knowing how to put out their campfire, which then, you know, takes off and destroys thousands of acres. It's like, so there, all those different ways of what does safety in the woods, or, you know, what makes you feel unsafe. So that was just, yeah, that one is sort of striking. It's just striking to me.
There's a note from Kayla in the chat, and Mauricio, you have a comment to make verbally, I think.
Yeah, so quickly, if the word responsibility will be kept as one of the crucial title of this, I think it would be important to explore and to include what is the responsibility to the public land. It's been said in a different way. What is the responsibility to private ownership and public? Because I mean, because the question is, when it becomes public, am I not longer responsible because we paid people to do that job? Or as a private citizen in Oregon with almost 50% of the land in public dominion, as a normal citizen, I'm still responsible for the public land some way, somehow. So if that word responsibility remains in this title, I would say both private ownership and public ownership are elements that need to be explored.
That's a really good point. Thank you.
Great discussion. Any more additions?
It could go on for a while.
If somebody says something and then makes things something else.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think we're good. Thank you so much, Ben. Thanks for everyone for.
Yeah, thank you so much for this. I come away with a huge pile of notes every time, so from these meetings. So thank you for the robust conversation. And feel free to reach out offline as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great to have you here, and thanks.
Thank you.
Especially if you have lots of long Board of Forestry meetings now.
These are much more fun.
All right, well, on the agenda, we have upcoming, agenda topics and meeting schedule. I kind of mentioned agenda topics before. Our meeting schedule, maybe can we take 10 minutes and do that now? I don't think it will take longer than we'll start lunch 5 minutes late. Sound okay? The main meeting schedule is just some conflicts. Kate mentioned that like the conflict with Oswald one month, we conflict with the Piggy
OTFS.
Farm meeting in one, and then I think also Julie mentioned that she has a standing meeting on Thursdays that regularly conflicts with this meeting. That's why she's not here. So that's a lot logistically for me to hold in my head, but yeah, how should we move forward? And it seems like the meeting that we have that overlaps with Oswald maybe should move. Do people think, is that feasible from staff perspective? We've set up the meetings, I understand, thanks again, to be like purposely soon after the Board of Forestry meeting, which makes sense for us. But there's some discussion of moving because of the Oswald meeting. I think that's the June meeting. That wasn't really articulate. I just said what I had to think.
Could we put up like, or just say, what are the current dates for the next meetings so that, because by now I've lost track of all of them and I don't have it right in front of me.
Right.
That's the easiest way.
Heather's looking it up right now, Kate.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Because I know it was the March meeting got moved because it was in conflict with the American Tree Farm System annual leadership meeting. And then it got moved, as had the OTF, the Oregon Tree Farm System board meeting. They both got moved to the same day. And it's like that overlap is just by a couple of hours. But I know like Dave's on that board, I'm on that board. Rick often is there as one of the partners on that board meeting, so.
Is that March 21st?
March 21st, yeah.
Yeah, we're done by 10:30. I mean, my guess is some of it, well, Rick would have a harder time stepping out, but even if we, so if changing the day overall became impossible for that one, I mean, or I'd just be late because I feel a responsibility because I head up I'm part of heading up a working group on that one. I need to be at that board meeting.
I don't see any reason we can't move any of the meetings. It was literally just picking dates based off of trying to keep it close to the board, but if we have to adjust, because we already adjusted the June and the March one, we'll have to adjust the September if we want Julie to be able to come. Since that one lands on the Thursday that she would not be able to join. But I can't think of any reason that we shouldn't be able to adjust these meetings. I just need to know if there's major things happening for people in those months so that we don't continue to run into issues of it overlapping other stuff.
So for March, it's the 21st right now, right? And would the 20th or the 20th work for people? Oh, sorry, Dave.
I was just gonna say, to follow up on what Kate was talking about, is there any reason we just can't shift the time and keep the date the same? I mean, so for example, on the 21st, if that worked for everybody, but instead of having it at 9, just have it at 10:30 or 11, that allows us to participate as opposed to shifting it to a whole new date. I mean, it doesn't matter to me, I'm just throwing that out there.
I like that, that's fine with me. Should we just do that? Like,
Would that still conflict with Opry?
I think not.
It wouldn't because the issue there is that
Go for some 14th.
yeah, it's basically it's every second Thursday of the month, I think is what she's there. Yeah.
So should we start at 11 on the 21st? Would that work for you, Kate and Dave? Does that make sense?
You guys get to gas now.
Well, it's already a recorded thing, so.
So for June and September, I guess I just need you guys to tell me if there are any dates, and you are more than welcome to just send me an email if there are. But then I'll just go in and adjust those two as well, so that we hopefully don't have any issues.
But maybe we could do an initial swoop now, since we've quite a lot of us here. So the 18th doesn't work well, is the Oslo meeting, as I understand indirectly. Is that correct?
Tree farm.
Tree farm, okay. And then so does the 20th work or another time? I can't do the 18th, but Kaola could share.
Now, which month are we talking about now? I'm
We're
confused.
looking at June. It's scheduled for June 18th.
And Mike will be out the rest of that week, so he won't be here.
Does the 17th work better for folks? Is that? The Oslo meeting's on the 18th, we said?
It doesn't work for me, but you can share, Kaola.
But the 18th doesn't either, right? So I'm just between the people who. Is the 17th better than the 18th for the majority? That's what I'm asking.
Flexible either or.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, just keep in mind the 19th is a holiday for state.
Yeah,
employees.
that's what I was thinking too, is like folks might be out on the 18th.
True.
Or what if we bumped it by a week? Does that,
Would the 25th work for people?
The 26 would work for me, 26, correct?
26th work for people? Let's do it the 26th then.
Yep.
I have another meeting from 1 to 3 that day, but I could be there until then.
Okay. Then September. Currently we have 12. And that's the one that Julie can't make, right?
So you typically do your annual report. Right, for the Board of Forestry then.
Oh, true.
So just keep that as off report.
Do we know when's the Board of Forestry meeting?
I would assume so. It looks like that's the second Thursday. Or Forestry meeting, I think this is the fourth, that. I have on my calendar with the Oslo. Has a meeting on the 10th.
Second Tuesday. Yes.
Then next week is the National SAF Convention.
So it sounds like. But like, it's the meeting, I can't remember what Julie said about how long, or is it an all-day meeting or something?
Look at that email.
Does the 11th or the 13th work? Just on either side?
11th is good. Let's just do that. Looks okay. All right, we're gonna shift to the 11th.
Generally, Wednesdays are better. Unless it's Juneteenth. Unless it's
Okay. Thanks, Heather. Thanks for supporting us on making those changes. And the other part of this agenda is agenda topics. We've talked about that a little bit. Any further thoughts on that? That's all the standing between us and lunch. It looks like lunch is running out. All right, I'm pausing the meeting until after lunch. We'll come back in an hour. 12:45. Back here. See you then.
I won't be able to join after lunch, but.
Okay,
I
thanks.
think I-
Thanks for letting us
So
know. Nice to meet you.
I'm sorry, same with me. I have a 12:30 that I need to attend, so this will be the end of the meeting for me. I really appreciate it. Great information and good to see you all.
Nice to see
Thank
you. Welcome, Terry.
David Show.
Greetings. Can you folks hear me all right?
Yeah, calling the meeting in order. This is Terry, Terry Frew. I think I might mispronounce your last name, but hello, welcome, Terry. Thanks for being here. Terry's going to talk about the adaptive management program and its related committee. Thanks, Terry.
Yeah, thank you, Wendy. And yeah, my name is actually pronounced Free, but that's completely counterintuitive and not at all close to the original German pronunciation. It makes sense that one would say Fru, and that's much closer to the original. So thank you, Wendy, and good to see folks. I know some of you from other venues, and I think I might see Mr. Zen and yeah, and that looks like Mike Kroon there, and the other two folks in the room I can't recognize from this.
Hi, Terry. I'm Eric from Justina Land and Timber Company.
Great. Good to
And
see
just
you.
Heather Henderson.
Oh, yeah, great. Okay, perfect. And then I see other folks on the call, but I think I'm gonna go ahead and jump in and present here. And as I'm presenting, if folks have questions, this is meant to sort of both educate you about what the program is and bring you up to speed on where we are currently. And so feel free to jump in with questions as you may have them. And let's see if I can figure out how to share my screen. Okay, are folks seeing the PowerPoint? Let's see if I can get this to play.
We can see it.
Okay,
It's
great.
not in that presenter mode, I think, so we see both your big
Yeah.
arrows on the left, your main one, but that's fine.
Okay, and is that better like that now?
It's fine the way it is.
Okay, so again, I'm going to give an overview of the DAP management process, and now hopefully you're seeing what let me see here. Okay, so yes, here's the outline for this part of the talk, for my talk. So I'll talk about I don't know why it's not in presentation mode, and I don't know how to get into that, so I apologize. So I'm going to talk about the purpose and goals of the adaptive management program, who the various entities are and their roles, the process for how the program will work, including some accountability, and then touch on both the work that was completed in 2023 and the work plan for 2024. So why is there an adaptive management program? First of all, it's required by both the Private Forest Accord and the associated statute and rule. It's necessary for a habitat conservation plan that the agency is currently working on. The adaptive management program purpose, as defined in rules, to ensure timely and effective change is needed to meet biological goals and objectives, provide predictability and stability of changing regulations so landowners, regulators, and the public can understand and anticipate change, apply the best available science to decision-making, effectively meet biological goals and objectives with less operationally expensive prescriptions when feasible. So that's very sorry to butt in, Terry, but your narrative isn't, your slides are not advancing with your narrative. Oh, they're not. Oh, goodness. Thank you for letting me know. That's strange. Can you go up into slideshow and then have you done that before on the top of your screen? Let me see. So I don't. So are you now seeing a slide that says why an adaptive management program? Yes. And hopefully that makes it bigger for you. I wish I understood better why I've never had it happen before, but I think this will work. So as a reminder, the adaptive management, thank you, Dave. So as a reminder, the adaptive management program is different than compliance monitoring. They're within ODF once upon a time, those were both within the same unit and many of the same people doing the work. And through the Private Forest Accord process, those have been both differentiated. And as you'll see here momentarily, much of the adaptive management program is outside of ODF. Oops, I was supposed to do that. Okay, so I better advance in a different way. So just to make sure, you're seeing adaptive management program, biological goals and objectives. All right, thank you, Dave. So there's this term called biological goals and objectives, and that's really much of the foundation for the adaptive management program. On the previous slide, it mentioned something about, meeting these biological goals and objectives. And these will be something that are currently there. There's a draft that's out from December 2022. I've heard that there won't be major changes, but that is in the HCP. And so the goals are higher level, big picture, what we're trying to do through the HCP, and then the objectives are, there's multiple objectives for each goal that are the ways to achieve the goals. The adaptive management program participants, these include the adaptive management program committee, the independent research and science team, the independent research and science team housing agency, which is currently Oregon State University's Institute for Natural Resources, INR, and the adaptive management program coordinator, which is myself. So to get into the first of these committees, adaptive management program committee, these organizations are set in statute. So there's 10 that are voting. The first 10 are voting members. That's Oregon Forest and Industries Council, Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts, Associated Oregon Loggers, a conservation organization that's currently represented by Oregon Wild, Oregon Small Woodlands Association, Legislative Commission on Indian Services, a recreational or commercial angling organization that is currently Wild Salmon Center, Association of Oregon Counties, ODF and WDQ. So that's the 10 voting. And then there's 3 non-voting that include ODF, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration, National Marine Fisheries Services. That's a mouthful. So that's these entities are set in statute. The Adaptive Management Program Committee's charge, it's the biggest picture is to guide this whole program. And by setting the research agenda and recommending the budget for the independent research and science team that I'll talk about in a moment. This committee assesses findings from the independent research and science team and then reports alternatives to the board, submits reports to the board, assists the board to regularly identify and modify resource objectives. That one that's been changed a little bit of sorts. Reviewing compliance monitoring and enforcement reports, recommending to the board if there's rule adjustments or other policies such as guidance or training that's needed. And then statute also says that this committee should strive for full consensus, but it needs to, for substantial decisions, it needs to be 7 of 10 to pass. So that's something that was learned much of the whole adaptive management program, and even the PFA process, but certainly the adaptive management program is modeled after what they did in Washington, including let's not have that challenged, where they require 100% consensus. So this was the 7 of 10 was a nod towards we want to have a super majority, but not 100% consensus, even though that's the desire. Okay, so for the independent research and science team, this is also from statute. It needs to be an odd number of members with at least 5, and including 1 each from a public institution, timber industry, and a freshwater aquatic conservation non-governmental organization. So that's what is currently set up, and the members must have an advanced degree such as forestry, ecology, fisheries, and currently there are 5 IRST members that are researchers from different disciplines and perspectives. Their charge is to develop scoping proposals for research questions. And on the next slide, I'll get into this process of how the overall adaptive management program works. But the IRST is to develop scoping proposals that come from the Adaptive Management Program Committee. And this committee says this is what we're finding out, and the IRST goes through a process to refine both the research question and provide some guidance of, is this going to be do you want to buy a Cadillac and it'll cost you X and take Y number of years, or do you want to get a Maserati and that'll cost 3 times X and 3 times Y number of years, for example. So, and then the IRST, Independent Research and Science Team, oversees research in the AMPC's research agenda. So they're basically implementing the research through requests for proposals and whatnot. And then at the end of it, the Independent Research and Science Team sends 2 reports. One is a technical report and one is a summary report that's in lay terms. And the outline of that summary report is spelled out in rule. And then let's see here. The next part of this is, how does the actual adaptive management process, how is it laid out in rule? So the first step of the process is the Adaptive Management Program Committee identifies research questions, as well as some important contextual information, such as what is the rule or issue that they're trying to address? Is there other contextual information that helps the IRST understand the intent and the context of the question? And at this stage of the game, the board may direct research questions. Right now, that doesn't seem like that's going to be a major, that the board will be doing that with any regular basis, but that remains to be seen. So the Adapt Measure Program Committee sends these questions to the Independent Research and Science team. They go through a process of refining the question into a researchable question and making sure that they're still meeting the intent from the AMPC, the Adaptive Management Program Committee. And then they develop a scoping proposal that includes a scope of work, a budget, and a timeline, recognizing that that's all a good first order estimate, but it's not actually necessarily exactly how things will go. But that they send those scoping proposals back to the Adaptive Management Program Committee, and who in step 3 look at these suite of proposals, and there could be multiple proposals for any given question. And then there's likely to be multiple questions as well. So in that process, the Adaptive Management Program Committee looks at the full suite of proposals, considers their priorities, what level of rigor and certainty they want to go for, and what the current budget is. And they develop a research agenda that they forward on to the board of forestry to decide on the agenda's budget. That then goes to the Independent Research and Science team in step 4. And the IRST implements this research agenda. They'll have a process to do that through request for proposals, and kind of carry that forward. And then in step 5, they send the results of that research, both like I said in the previous slide, the technical report and the report written for the layperson. They send both those reports to both the Board of Forestry and the Adaptive Management Program Committee. And then in step 6, the Adaptive Management Program Committee considers those findings and makes a report of their own to the board and that report may have recommendations, and those recommendations may span everything from no action is needed, everything's fine, to we need to change the rule. There's other policy action such as changing the training or technical guidance, or it could be we need more information. This is a great study and we really need more study. And then it loops back up into step 1. Something that's built into rule and throughout this entire process are mechanisms to keep all of this moving forward, so that there are timelines for certain of these steps. Have very specific timelines. Step 4, implementing research. We all know research depends on the particular research that's being done. So there's not a timeline there, but everyone understands there's not a timeline in rule. There will be a suggested timeline in the research agenda. So there's mechanisms that both keep this moving forward in a reasonable yet timely and efficient manner, as well as there are trying to think how to describe this. There's mechanisms that require at different stages of the game people to weigh in, people to make a decision, and part of that is from those timelines. And the desire there is that there won't be something that gets stuck somewhere along in this process because somebody a committee or the board doesn't actually have a vote. So there's mechanisms to ensure that happens, both to keep it moving along in a timely manner and for accountability. And speaking of accountability, there's several mechanisms built into this process. So in rule, there needs to be performance audits done every 6 years, looking at the whole program. The Washington's program did this, I think, for the first time a couple of years ago. And reading that was helpful. And then there will be annual reports both to the board, and then once we have an incidental take permit and habitat conservation plan that's approved, there'll be reports that go to the federal services. So there's a number of mechanisms to make sure that there's accountability for this entire program. I've got 2 slides left that talk about where we are, and I wanted to pause and see if folks had questions or comments before so what I presented was how things, the why and the what, and how it all is supposed to work, and then the next several slides we'll talk about what's happening and has happened. Any questions at this stage of the game?
We can't see any people who are remote, so you can just speak up if you wish to. Go ahead, Terry. It sounds like no questions.
Okay. So the Adaptive Management Program Committee started meeting actually pretty much a year ago. And there was a lot for them to get up to speed on both what the details of the rules were and the details of statute, the vision from the Private Forest Accord and the Private Forest Accord authors. And during this past year, they've elected co-chairs, and we've been meeting regularly with them outside of the committee meetings and designing agendas and problem solving as needed. The committee developed a charter that captures their agreements and their operations and whatnot. In statute, the Adaptive Management Program Committee was charged with nominating members to that independent research and science team. And so they did a process of finding interested scientists, discussing the options, getting more information from each of the scientists that could be shared with the rest of the committee, discussing them, and then forwarding a suggested list of nominees to the board that the board approved at their June meeting. But it's important to note that going forward, the AMPC Adaptive Management Program Committee is no longer involved in selecting or nominating members of the independent research and science team. The team themselves nominate members that move to the board for their approval. The Adaptive Management Program Committee agreed on an initial list of research topics, and that was drafted in the Private Forest Accord report. And those 3 topics are hydrologic disconnection for roads, a literature review on Eastern Oregon steep slopes, and some of the basics around amphibians and how amphibians that are in the habitat conservation plan, how they are impacted by timber, by forest practices. They've also completed the first package of questions on roads. So the research topics are pretty broad, and then they drill down to actually develop a set of questions that they're going to send to the independent research and science team. And those questions, as I mentioned before, have a set of contextual information. Was there a question? Guess not. Those questions have a set of contextual information that clarify what the objective is, what they're wanting to know, what biological goal and objective or rule or issue they're interested in studying, and then other important contextual information that will help guide the independent research and science team as they develop scoping proposals. The co-chairs for the Adaptive Management Program Committee presented to the board, I guess it was a week ago, and about both the progress of the committee and what's coming up in 2024. And then the co-chairs have done a good job of developing effective working relationships. The other thing I was going to say, what I don't have on here is the independent research and science team's progress in 2023. And that's because they really got started very late in 2023. In part, that was they were only officially nominated in June, but more so, we didn't even have funding to help support Institute of Natural Resources, INR, in supporting them. And then once we received the funds in July, we needed to develop a intergovernmental agency agreement. So that's taken some time, but this independent research and science team, or IRST, are actually up and running, and they've had several big meetings both last Friday and yesterday. So that's the status of where things are. And then in terms of 2024, the DAP Management Program Committee is holding a joint meeting that's in about 10 days with the independent research and science team. They'll finalize the rest of the preliminary research questions, as I mentioned, Eastern Oregon steep slopes and amphibians, and go through the process to confirm the finalized research questions with IRST, with IRST's help leading that part. Reviewing the scoping proposals from the independent research and science team on these research questions, and then developing a research agenda based on the scoping research proposals. And then part of the committee's work is sort of annual year-end review, revisiting the charter to see if it needs their charter to see if it needs any updating and any associated operational procedures. So I'm going to stop my share there because that's the end of what I wanted to present on, and just see if there's questions or comments.
Oh, go ahead, Eric.
Sure, this is Eric. Quick question about, excuse me, about research funding. What is your comfort level with the current Adaptive Management Policy Committee's research asks, IRST's cost to then study? Do you have a feel as to whether or not we have adequate funding associated with the aspirations of the groups?
That's a great question. And you know, the easy answer that researchers will say is there's never enough money. We always want to do more. Let me take a step back and say that the legislature made a one-time appropriation for the Adaptive Management Program Committee, and that was $4 million. And so we've gone through a high-level budgeting with board approving that budget in September, but it's a really, it's not drilling down into the weeds because we haven't gotten to that stage of the game. So there's approximately, I think the number is on the order of $2.7 million for research for the first batch of research. And that's a pretty good start. I think with the set of questions coming up, and I mean, even the roads question, there's some stuff looking at status and trend over on 5-year intervals. And that's, you know, that type of work is pretty intensive, especially drawn out over multiple years. So the roads is really the only one that we even have the first research questions on. We don't have the scoping proposals back from the independent research and science team. We don't have that back yet. So for me to speak more definitively on that, I'm not able to at this stage. But there is $2.6 million. It's not like we got $50,000 and
gosh, we can't do anything with that. 2.6 million will make a serious dent in some of these questions.
Thank you.
Yeah. Other thoughts, questions, comments?
Well, I'll mention one point, which is the relevance of this to small forest landowners, because we wanted to make this presentation just as part of awareness. And then over time, will be interesting to see to what extent small forest landowners are specifically involved, you know, singled out as a particular category inside the research and looking at the impact of the private forest accord and maybe even conceivably some disproportionate impact issues. The first questions, as Terry noted, were set up statute. So that includes, for instance, on the roads, the hydrologic disconnect. For roads, looking at a baseline and then looking at how that evolves over time. I think baseline monitoring maybe is called, or trend monitoring over time. I think that's initially focusing more on the FRIA, like the large landowner inventory that's required over 20 years. And I think maybe I'm misspeaking because Terry looks like he's going to say something, but so far that project hasn't focused on small forest landowners. So it's a bit of an evolution, how much small forest landowners are focused in this and how much questions will relate to that. Terry, go ahead and correct what I just said. It was wrong.
No, that was overall true, accurate. It's a request from the Adaptive Management Program Committee that there be some trying to assess the differences between small forest landowners and large forest landowners. And it's tricky because you have a different set of expectations, but that is a desire of from. I was actually just looking at the questions like to confirm that there is some of that disambiguation. Yeah, Dave.
Just to kind of carry that a little forward, Wendy, in my opinion, the small woodland owners are imperative to be involved in the study because, as I mentioned in the AMC meetings, their road construction standards oftentimes are different than the industrial forest landowners. Mm-hmm. You have to be able to capture the spectrum of road construction techniques, usage, they may or may not be used more than the industrial forest landowner roads, the location with respect to close to the rural, urban interface versus maybe further out. And then you've got roads even much more further out. And so all those things require that small woodland owners be involved in the study. And myself, for example, we would be open to having, if that suited their study protocol, we would be happy to have them out. But it's important that we get forest landowners from across the state and geographical. However, the IRST designs the testing protocol to take advantage of that resource.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great point.
Well, Dave, Amanda, and I are all on that committee, which may have become apparent. And so should be good communication between the committees.
Right. And I'm happy to come and converse with you folks whenever you want. So I appreciate being invited in.
Amanda?
Hey, Terry, do you want to just highlight for folks that maybe have been less engaged in the process what the difference between the adaptive management program and the compliance monitoring program are?
Sure. So one difference is sort of who's in charge of the work. So the Adaptive Management Program Committee, as I outlined it, ODF plays a role, but not neither in directing the research agenda nor doing the research. So that's split out between these two committees, and then the board will make decisions. In contrast, the compliance monitoring program is entirely within ODF. There's a unit that includes, I forget the number, it's grown quite a bit over the last few years, but I think it's 5 or 6 monitoring specialists that look at, that are designing compliance studies. So that's one difference. And then another key difference is the adaptive management program is really focused on the effectiveness of the rules at achieving the biological goals and objectives, or the rule, why is this rule here in terms of resource protection? And so is that rule effective at achieving that goal? In contrast, compliance monitoring is trying to assess in a rigorous way the level of compliance with the rules. Trying to think if there's anything else. Does that?
Yeah, I think that's good. I just, we've talked about it within the adaptive management program, but again, just for folks, because the like Wendy said, I mean, there isn't as much right now overlap with kind of small forest landowner stuff. There's some, right? But there will likely be more in AMPC moving forward with the effectiveness stuff. But in the past, around the reforestation compliance, which was a big part of the compliance monitoring program, in the recent past, that had a big component of SFO stuff. So anyways, just for folks to kind of track that both of those got formalized with the PFA. The compliance monitoring piece is more formalized now from the PFA, but just kind of the difference between those two, the compliance piece versus effectiveness monitoring, which are both important, but have sort of different, if they're different types of monitoring.
And their goal is different, right?
Yeah.
One of them is to develop a program that protects the biological goals and objectives in a way that's consistent with HCP. And the compliance monitoring is more like just assessing if people are complying and what the best way is to get people on board with compliance. Seems to me.
Yeah. So anyways, I just think that it's a helpful, differentiation to make for folks.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you, Amanda. And to piggyback on what Winnie just said, the compliance monitoring is also a component, a key component of the whole habitat conservation plan, in terms of one of the things we need to report on to the services, amongst many, is the compliance. So
yeah.
Any more questions? All right, thanks so much, Sherry, for taking the time to present. Really appreciate it.
yeah, thank you, folks. Take care.
Bye.
Thank you.
All right, next is our roundtable. For any items people would like to share with the group. Hey, you mentioned something earlier, I think.
I have a handful of just small things that have been, I always have loved the way you phrase this roundtable, like what keeps you up at night, or the things that you think about. And so one of the ones that's been interesting to me was wondering if maybe more consciously we can make connections with Oregon Tree Farm System, just because so much, it's another way to connect with some small landowners, and especially as so many of the things we're talking about are looking at, stewardship and just all those different ways we care for our land. So I just wanted to raise that, and partly too, because I've been approached at a couple of different gatherings now, whether it's sort of OSWA meetings or at OTFS ones, and I just wanted to bring up things that people had shared with me. And I don't know where these go, but at an OSWA meeting, looking at what would be involved when we look at approved species for reforestation, redwood seems to be coming up a lot. So I don't know what that process looks like, and if this is a place that we could raise that, but a number of small woodland owners growing redwoods, which to me seems counterintuitive as a place, but I live someplace dry. So although we're planning to plant some, but and then somebody else approached me and had lots and lots of energy about culverts and that 18-inch culvert size for like ditch relief culverts, and was that actually accurate and true? And it's like, I don't know that much, but I know that if we had to replace one of ours that runs at the base of the skid trail, we'd actually have to do massive we'd have to do a lot of excavation. Thank you, Teresa. A huge excavation to get space to do that. We'd cause so much damage. And then somebody else, and I'm guessing these are things that are getting better and better all the time, but folks having struggles working with their SFO foresters, sort of not being able to make it to site visits for, weeks on end because they were doing trainings, but then not accepting photographic evidence of things like stream flows and stuff like that. So I'm just raising those. Yeah. The only one I have strong feelings about really is the OTFS partnership, but wondering, thinking they could be great partners around this table. Although Dave and I could probably step in that way, but I think that was it. And as we talk more about agenda, I thought some of the things that, the seed orchard would be really interesting to hear more about, because I don't know that I really realized that small woodland owners could access some of that seed. And then Mike had mentioned something about the federal forest restoration and some of those interfaces with us, like the both the urban and community forestry piece, and then the federal forest restoration. I mean, some of those like interconnections and how they can impact us is interesting to me. So could be interesting to other woodland owners. So there are mine.
Thanks, Dave.
I'll just maybe kind of follow up a little bit there, what Kate was talking about. One idea would be, again, this goes back to education, but I think the biggest benefit for Tree Farm is the move towards certification of individual landowners' tree farms, because that helps to appreciate the proper stewardship suggestions, standard of practice, et cetera. And so, ways that the Committee for Family Forest Lands can get the word out to landowners about the importance of tree farm certification, whether it's ATFS or SFC or whatever it is. That would be worthwhile, I think, to talk about. And then the second thing is regarding the species replacement. I think another option is, instead of species replacement, is variety replacement. So, for example, within the same species, you would use a variety of, for example, Douglas fir. So, Douglas fir isn't going to become extinct in Oregon, in most parts anyway, most likely, and even in the long term. But it may be more beneficial, for example, to pick a different variety of Douglas fir that's more amenable to the conditions that may suit the environment in which it'll be placed, 50 years down the road. So these are all topics that are currently, being studied, but I think that ways that we can get people to think about that as another option, as opposed to planting, redwood or something, would be, I think, worth discussing in the future. That's all I got.
Glenn?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Trying out these new AirPods here. So, yeah, and I definitely follow up on what Kate and David said about the seed sources and species and the pipeline for that, which is a big topic that we discussed before, but it's going to be really important, especially the small woodland owners who don't have their own programs, for sourcing a lot of that, or tree improvement and seed supplies. What I wanted to mention, maybe some of you are aware that OSU Extension, we're undertaking what we're calling a landowner experiences after wildfire study, or after fire. So the acronym is LEAF. And Kate, maybe you received a mailer on that, I would hope, as one who's experienced fire. Anyway, we're hoping to gain a lot of insight as to what happened across the landowners from the 2020 wildfires and others. And some of the things already coming up that I'm curious to touch bases with ODF on are, I bet a lot of landowners are having trouble meeting reforestation requirements because of all the challenges getting seedlings to survive in the last several years. And I haven't heard much about that, but there's also quite a few landowners that are just ready to give up. And so to me, this is a looming issue, and I think it's going to come out of the woodwork, and we'll probably find out about it in our survey. And then we want to identify problems and then work on solutions. And of course, in our shop, it's education solutions, but there's a lot more technical assistance and other, perhaps legal and policy solutions as well. So I want to raise those issues.
Actually, Glenn, is that survey, I mean, if I remember we were actually part of doing the draft of it, but and we probably did get it and I may have missed it. Is that something that is there still a link to it if somebody that we could share with people to make sure they've had a chance to fill it out?
Yeah, actually we are going on a campaign after the holidays to send it out. So it should be in your mailbox pretty soon from Lauren Grand, I would think.
Okay.
If you're on her list. But we might want through the committee, if there's other avenues, we're trying to identify from previous lists and who we know that was a landowner that got burned in these fires. So we're targeting, you and others that any way we can get the word out, we'd like to do that. So definitely look for that and let us know if you don't get it.
Okay.
But we're distributing amongst partners as well as through the extension offices and our newsletters, but that only gets the people that we have, emails for. So that's all for now.
Thanks very much. We are at the end of our time. Oh, we have one more, Jerry.
Yes, and what I'd like to say is yesterday I was hearing some commentary on the governor's committee that was dealing with fire costs and trying to figure out how they're paid for. And supposedly there's a proposal to put in place a property tax assessment of $10. I don't know if anybody's heard of that or if anything's going on in ODF there about that. And my question on that one, is that going to cover all taxes of property, or is that simply classified to our forest categories of property? And I'm not saying it's bad, I'm just saying it's a process that might be workable in that context, and looking at that sense of trying to come up with revenue streams to assist the costs that we incur from the fire seasons is all in a favor. The other thing I'd like to comment on is I still feel, and we've had many discussions on this, that we are not doing a very, very good job of commenting or communicating with private forest landowners. We're dealing with associations and groups, but there's a lot of them out there that don't belong to any of these groups or these associations, probably don't even have an awareness of extension. And if, there's one of the bigger communities that there's an awareness of, I believe that is extension. I see more people acknowledge it, but there are just a large number that, if we've got 60,000 property owners here at this table, maybe we're representing, 10,000, if that. I have my questions about that. And I don't have an answer, but I do feel it's a major issue when we talk about the dynamics, and particularly the subject that was brought up by Ben here about, trying to put in place requirements or encouragement of landowners to do fire remediation and, thin their lands or clean up vegetation and things like that. And there's nothing wrong with that, but the reality is, do you get 5% or 10% of the people that are involved with that doing it? And what's the loss when we can't get a hold of these people that are a member of the land ownership of Forestlands? And it's a diverse group from what I see, and basically Rick brought it up earlier. It's an evolving dynamics of population in and around our larger communities in the valley here, Willamette Valley. Is you look at Salem, you look at Eugene community, you look at the Portland community, and you look at all of the subdivisions of those communities where there's people that may only have 5 acres or they may have 25 acres, but it's rare that you see a couple hundred acres. And again, it's getting those people interfaced and communicating, and when they have a challenge or a problem and they become aware and aggressive in trying to get into the system, then they do come forward and we get an opportunity. But there's so many of them that are complacent that shrug their shoulders and it's nothing to me, especially if they have purchased or acquired forest lands that were recently harvested. They don't even have an issue with it until they probably get a stewardship forester coming out and telling them you didn't get the reforestation project done in here and we're going to fine you or you're going to pay us to do it for you. And then they all frustrated and what happened? Why didn't I know this? Who didn't tell me? But you know, I've seen numbers of those, and you may see more of them with some of the episodes around fire and what Glenn is talking about, people not getting forest restoration or reforestation done properly or in time because of environmental issues. So there are a lot of hotbeds out there, but the challenge is communicating to the broad base of people that have a need to know about this. And I let it go at there.
Thank you. Let's have one more comment from Dave and then maybe wrap it up.
Just quickly, just to piggyback on what Gary was saying, one potential avenue for more communication to the common person is, you know, Glenn, you can chime in on this, but what's your readership or at least your distribution on your woodland forest notes in Clackamas County?
The e-news is about 1,200.
Okay, so that's greater. That's about 5 times greater, 4 or 5 times greater than our CCFFA membership. And so you know, that would be a significant if other woodland or OSU extension agents would be interested in sharing a common notification, and not all the time, just once in a while, to help bridge this communication gap. You know, I don't know of a better way that you could reach out for, because your woodland, your forest notes, you know, are distributed for free via email, right? And so people could get this information, and you could do it statewide, and I think go to a lot of what Gary's talking about.
Thanks, Dave. Well, we have come to the end of our meeting. Thank you everyone for being here. I'm calling the meeting to a close now, and we'll see you next time. Adjourning the meeting, I think is it's called. All right. Thanks, everyone. Nice to see you. Stay
Great
well.
job.
Bye.
Great job. Bye-bye.